Ahem. Ahem. Um. Can I get a... Hey. Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? How you doing? Hey, welcome in. How you doing? How you been? How's it going? Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Hey, what's good? How's it hanging? Hey, what's new? How's it going? How you doing? Don't mind me, I'm just vocally stimming. I was in Costco yesterday because we go to Costco on Mondays and it's so busy in Costco on Monday. I don't know why. It's like 10,000 old people show up out of nowhere. And they're all at Costco at 10 a.m. on a Monday. But I was in Costco yesterday and I just couldn't help myself. I couldn't help but vocally stim. I just wanted to say, double chunk chocolate cookie. You might not get the reference. Not everybody knows who the Costco guys are. In that case, I will have to enlighten you. The guy with the kid, I don't know, something Rizzler or whatever. That's the Rizzler. You'll put respect on the name. But yeah, that's his other son. He's got 2 sons, I think. This guy's like a backyard wrestler. And social media person, and they're trying to like do it as a family. So it's kind of weird. It kind of But yeah, the one of the things that they do is they go to Costco and they're just like, we're Costco guys. We're Costco guys. We go shopping while eating a chicken bake. We're Costco guys. We get the double chunk chocolate cookie.
We go shopping while eating a chicken bake.
We're Costco guys. Of course we had to try the new double chunk
We're
chocolate
Costco
cookie.
guys. Of course we go shopping while eating a chicken bake.
We're Costco guys. Of course we had to try the new double chunk chocolate cookie.
Double chunk chocolate
We're
cookie.
Costco guys. Of course we have to try out the furniture.
We're Costco guys. Of course we work out with the tires.
We're Costco guys. What the heck is this thing?
We're Costco guys. Of course we look at every TV in the place every time we come in.
We're Costco guys. Of course we get the sample even though we bought the thing the last 3 times we were here.
We're Costco guys. Of course we cool off in the milk fridge.
We're Costco guys. I'm still eating my chicken bake.
We're Costco guys. Of course we throw paper towels. We're Costco guys. Of course we need 13.5 pounds of meat.
We're Costco guys. If these things are out, we're gonna throw them.
We're Costco guys. Let's see how many Squishmallows I can pick up at one time.
Double chunk chocolate cookie. But no, I was at Costco yesterday and I was just like, I was telling Casey, I was like, Casey, I want to say it. Like, Casey, I want to say it. Is Costco like Walmart? Costco, you have to have a membership to go. They sell things in bulk. And they also have good deals on like some pretty nice products where it's like, sure, it's something that you could probably buy at another store, but you could probably get a better price, and then it'll probably come with like a bundle or something at Costco. Also, they treat their employees much better. It is kind of like a cult in a way, though. It's the cult of Costco. Hi, Dr. Domain. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, Dr. Bobby, from doctor to doctor. Can everyone be a member? It costs you $60. Actually, we just renewed and it was $65. I think they raised the rate. You have to have a membership fee. Queen Eclipse, thank you for the 7 months. Are you feeling enlightened? Compare yourself today to you 7 months ago. I'm just trying to hold it together until lunch in 30. Take lunch early. Who's gonna complain? Who knows? Probably someone. You're telling me you're in an office full of people who have no idea what they're doing, but they're gonna know where you are at any minute? How do they know you're not just taking a dump? Crying in the owner's office out of frustration for being told I'm not moving things when I'm doing everything they ask. You're in a law office. You gotta get angry. These are lawyers you're dealing with. You gotta talk to them like a lawyer. We gotta try to save the tears for home. There's not much empathy in a law office, I fear. Unleash the rage, Sugar. You brought the sweet. Now bring the heat. Double chunk chocolate cookie. Alright, I'm done. No more. Maybe one more time, but it's gonna come as a surprise. You're not gonna see it coming. You brought the sugar, now bring the spice. Alright, so we got some questions to get to. We got some questions to get to. We had some questions get dropped off last night. We had some questions get dropped off, yesterday when I was out of the office. We had some questions get dropped in this morning. So we've got some stuff to get to. And later on, there is something I want to talk about. The title of today's stream: The Psychology of Lonely, Angry Men. OMG, are we in trouble? No. Why would you be in trouble? Asmongold, well, I am going to talk about that. But I'm not going to talk about him as a person extensively, because I feel like that would be me using my powers for evil. And I vowed to use my powers for good. Because believe me, I could sit here and I could talk non-stop and just nitpick every little detail about this man and his life and his worldview and his psychology, and there would be nothing left. I would reduce him to atoms. But I'm not going to. Because that's not who I am. I see this type of person, I feel sad for them. I want to help them. I want to try to lift them up. I want to try to help them find redemption. That's what I want to do. But if you want to watch somebody tear somebody to shreds, that's what Mike's for. That's what Mike is here for. I outsource that to Mike. I leave that up to him. I want the tea. You'll get the tea, don't worry. Don't worry, I will still have some things to say. Don't get me wrong, I will still have things to say. But yeah, Asmongold got banned. As he should. If you saw the clip of what he said, I feel like any fair and reasonable person would agree that's ban-worthy. I feel like any reasonable, well-adjusted person would see that and feel at least uncomfortable, if not disgusted. So we're going to talk about it a little bit. We're going to talk about it later, though. We're going to build up to that. What did he say? You're going to have to wait to find out. Oh, you're just linking it already? I'm trying to lead it in. I'm trying to lead into it. I'm trying to build up hype. What's happening in here today? We've got some questions we're going to get to, and then I'm going to talk about some Twitch drama for a little bit. Delete my message? I don't know how. If I delete your message, I think it unmoderates you too. I don't know. Twitch drama? Yeah, I have coworkers. I have coworkers that I have words to say. Things about. OTK was rerunning content with him in it, and they could get banned for that too. I mean, will they? They do all kind of hang out with the CEO, but we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it was me, just little old me, just rebroadcasting content featuring a banned streamer. I feel like I would have consequences. But again, I'm not here to start shit today. I'm just gonna talk about it later. So yeah, the thing is, you're allowed to show banned streamers on stream, so long as it's within the context of I'm giving commentary on this content, I'm, reviewing this content, and the content that I'm reviewing doesn't violate the terms of service. But to just rebroadcast content featuring a banned person, I think that isn't okay. OTK is a streamer organization. There's several streamers that are in this org. And it stands for One True King. I don't know who the One True King is. I hope it's not Asmongold. Also, I would just like to see more of the people in the organization speak out against what he said. Just coming from the perspective of, like, I've met some of these people, I've had conversations with these people, we've been friendly together, I consider these people acquaintances or friends of mine. Like, I would like to hear them say something about it, which just makes me wonder, can they? Do they have some sort of... Or have they swore a pledge of loyalty? Have they signed a contractual agreement that says they cannot comment on it? I'm like, what's going on there? Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm not gonna judge anybody yet, but let's see what happens. So yeah, thank you for linking the clip. I'll play the clip later when we talk about it, but I want to dive into the question box for a bit. Do our thing. I want to do our thing before we start talking about the internet. When I talk Asmongold, make sure to get his ugly mug on the screen to thumbnail farm. Just saying. You're right. I should get a big picture of him. It's a good point. Got a thumbnail farm. That's true. I don't know, chat. Do you think I can fix him? I feel like whenever I see men like this, I'm just like, I just want to try to help them. You know what I mean? Like, what I've realized about men's mental health is that men need to support one another in their mental health. We can't just complain all the time about how no one talks about men's mental health. I'm sitting here talking about it right now. I'm saying this man is struggling mentally. Clearly. And when I see somebody struggling mentally, I can't help but want to help them. It's sort of my whole thing. I don't know if you've noticed. The thing is you have to believe that people can change. Like, we can write people off and say they can't change, they don't want to be changed. We don't know that. We don't need to project our disbelief about our own ability to change onto anybody else. The fact that I brought up men's mental health is kind of ironic because the question I was going to ask was about women's mental health. Fire away. Fire away. And you don't even have to just listen to what I have to say. We also have people in here who are experts of women's mental health as well. Oh good, substitute scholars here. I was going to say Cutie Cheeks, substitute scholar. They both really know their stuff. Any smart man knows he needs to surround himself with smart women. Like, I can't know everything, and I can't. I would never claim to be an expert on the female experience. So I defer to the experts on those subjects. I didn't get the impression he wanted to change based on his talk with Hassan. Well, I know some other questions to ask. The thing is, Hassan's a smart guy, and Hassan leads with empathy, and he wants to encourage understanding, and he wants to, help people see that there's a different way to think. And I respect that. But he's not a trained therapist. And there are just some things that I've learned along the way. Or I might be able to crack that nut. More so, what I think he was trying to do was just educate some of Asmon's viewers. I think that was more so his view, because you might not be able to win over Asmongold, but you might be able to at least, educate a few thousand of his viewers. Who knows? I suppose this is more of a women's general health question that can have psychiatric/mental health effects. Yeah, ask away. Ask away. It's like we're not a bunch of doctors or anything, but we still might be able to at least point you in the right direction. The key in changing somebody's beliefs like that is you have to ask them questions. And you have to trace back to its source, whatever their belief is. So it's like, okay, why do you believe that? Why do you believe what it is that you say? All right, now where did we learn this? And why do we think that is? You got to trace it back. I can't just tell you that you're wrong and that you should accept this new information instead. We can't operate with such directness against a person's cognitive biases. We have to incept the idea. I'm done with the patriarchy. I'm ready for the matriarchy, honestly. I think we should let women run the show. Call the shots. I should talk about that more later, like how to change someone's mind. You know, it's a useful skill, but the thing is you have to really be in it for the long haul. With sometimes you really have to just commit to the process. Sometimes it's a game of inches. You're just crawling along. I'm considering asking my doctor about a hysterectomy, but even if I can convince my doctor that I actually want one, the only worry I have is that it might screw up my hormones in a way that would drastically affect my mood and mental state. Hormones are pretty much everything when it comes to your mood and mental state. There are other things that go into it, don't get me wrong, like nerve impulses and physical sensations and things like that. But your brain produces emotions as a result of the hormonal balances within it. So any change to your hormones can change your mental state. You change your diet and it throws off your hormone production, your mind will change. You change your sleep pattern, you change your work pattern, you switch up your routines, you start exercising or you stop exercising. Hormonal shift. Corresponding mental shift. So the truth is that it would disrupt your hormones. That is true. But does it disrupt them in a permanent and irreversible way? That's a conversation I have with your doctor. Yes, the procedure's irreversible, but the thing about a person's hormones is that over time, they tend to balance back out. Now, this may take months, this may take years, but the body craves homeostasis. Many people often end up supplementing hormones as well. Like if your body stops producing them to this certain level, you can supplement them as well. That's also possible. Sounds like church. Yeah, it's Tuesday service. It's Tuesday mass. Depression, though. Depression. You really gotta fight when it comes to depression. Like sometimes we just try to wait it out. Sometimes we try to cope with it. Sometimes we just try to deal with it. You gotta fight in every aspect of your life. If depression's making you stay in bed, you gotta fight to get out of bed. If depression's making it hard to do stuff, you gotta fight to do stuff. If depression's making you isolate, you gotta fight for your relationships. All I gotta say is, keep fighting. Keep fighting. You will win. You are stronger than depression. Let's check out these questions. We got some questions to get to. Let's get down to it. I always feel like I am being managed all the time by my father and my mother, and I'm a 26-year-old adult. I have legal autonomy, never signed a waiver, and they don't want to give me the autonomy I desire. It's like, you live here and you do what I say. It's just very manipulative. How can I learn how to manage people? Not only myself, even though that is very important, but managing people is also a way towards autonomy, like boundaries matter. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Boundaries are super important. The thing about it is it comes down to control. It's like we cannot control anyone else. We cannot control what people say, what people do, how people feel. The only thing we have control over is ourselves. And sometimes all we can do is choose to not allow things to affect us. When people try to wear us down or cross our boundaries or whatever it may be. My father was and is very controlling. He gets very physical, even if you want to say something that he doesn't approve of. Very bashed to get what I wanted from him or threaten physical harm and battery. He would do it even though he is that type of person. I am also not given a choice to things in the house. He always asks my mom what she wants and never allows me the choice of things, like if I was 5-year-old needed to stay out of real adult business, it is not okay. Yeah, you should probably get out. If, start coming up with a plan. Start coming up with a plan. That's my recommendation. Because here's the thing. Whenever we're leaving a situation like this, it feels very scary because it's like, well, what do we do? What do we do? Where am I going to go? How am I going to meet my needs? How am I going to do this? Plan. Come up with a plan. Answer all those questions. Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? Now's the time to figure that out. So it sounds like they're inhibiting your growth as an adult, and they want you to just stay where they have control, which is kind of uncomfortable, isn't it? It's kind of uncomfortable. Feels a little tight, feels a little congested. Feels like you don't have room to stretch out, don't have room to grow. I can't be the only one that lives like this. I know I hate the strict, over-conservative, the non-political word, parenting, them taking away opportunities and ruining opportunities. You're 26, and they're treating you like a child? You're not a child, you're a grown adult. Do they want to see you be an adult? If they want to see you be an adult, they should encourage you to do more adult things. His actions speak very loudly, his words do. They love to lie or play dumb, even deceive me. I just don't know how to defend myself, like I've tried everything and it's just a mess. He abuses his authority. Find someone outside of your family that you can talk to, that you can trust, and work on a plan so that you can change this. Do you see things getting better on their own? Do you see things changing? Do you see things becoming sustainable for you to be able to keep this going? I wish you the best of luck. I don't know how to change people's perspectives. I want to get them to see things differently so I can get a fair choice because I'm tired of the perspective that I'm a bad person. I don't know how to do this. Too much stubbornness for my family. You know? This ties into something we were talking about earlier. How do you change somebody's mind? How do you change somebody's mind? You have to work against their biases. You have to be aware of the way that they think. You have to use their own logic. So, how do we do that? Where I would begin is by asking them, do you believe that people can change? Do you believe that people can learn from their mistakes? Do you believe that people can grow and improve? And if they say no, that's concerning. Like, who actually believes that? Like, it's undeniable truth. People can grow and people can change. We've all seen it happen firsthand. So anybody who denies that that can happen is fooling themselves. Anyway, that's where I would start. I would start by just talking to them about how, do you believe that people can grow? Do you believe that people can change? And then use that as a way in, so start talking about the ways that you're working on yourself, and the ways that you're trying to improve, and the ways that you're trying to grow. When you're trying to change someone's perspective, you can't just grab them by the shoulders and then turn them around so that they're facing a new direction. You gotta plant some seeds, and then you gotta water the seeds, and then you gotta make sure they have sunlight, and you gotta wait for them to grow, and then you gotta make sure the cat doesn't eat it. But in time, that seed will grow, and a person will start to be more open and accepting of the ideas that you have planted within them. So, that's what I would get started with. Even if you're dealing with somebody stubborn, you know, I feel like everybody believes that people can grow and change. Like, otherwise, like, what's the point? Like, what's the point? If we can't grow and change, like, why are we even here? TikTok, huh? Alright, I see what you're doing. Double chunk chocolate cookie. Oh, he's a talker. He's trying to attract a bird. He's trying to attract the bird. He's chirping wrong. Marty, he's a cat. Cut him some slack. Cut him some slack, Marty. Come on. It's just a little kitty. You're Marty the party, not Marty the party pooper, okay? We're still getting caught up. These are questions from yesterday. We're getting there. We're catching up. I'd like some advice on a personal issue. I had a significant experience at 16 that I've been reflecting on. Recently, I had a vivid dream related to that experience, and it has left me feeling confused. What could it mean when past experiences come back in dreams, and how can I understand my feelings better? Well, I like to look at this as there's more than one option here. So let's see. Option 1 doesn't mean anything at all. But that's not really fun. That's not really satisfying. Option 2, maybe your brain is bringing it back to the surface because... Why? Why would it do that? Why would it bring it back to the surface? Are you holding on to some old feelings related to this thing? Are there things that you're trying to process or to work through? Sometimes your mind will bring things back to the surface as a way of figuring out, am I ready to work on this now? And it might be stuff that you thought, oh wow, I haven't thought about this in a long time. So, how can I understand my feelings better? What I would say is revisit, but don't revisit it from a first-person perspective. You know, don't revisit it as if you are reliving it from behind your own eyes. Revisit it as if you are a third person in that situation. You're standing off to the side and you're watching it happen to you. Or you're watching it from a bird's eye view. Or you're watching it from a camera in the corner of the room or something. One of the ways that's really helpful in understanding our feelings better is to look at the things that have happened to us as if they happened to someone else. Just to step outside of ourselves. It helps to put things into perspective. We're able to take a step back from the fear and the intensity of being in that position, and we're able to see that situation more clearly for what it is. You know, if it's something where, something happened to you, or you were mistreated, or whatever it may have been. Therapy Gecko collab when? Offers on the table. Offers on the table. Have his people contact my people. I'm so exhausted. I ate porridge. I ate yogurt. I took a walk. Hold on, I'm gonna count. I ate porridge. I studied some subjects. I washed some clothes. I took a shower. I did normal stuff. But why do I still feel so drained and horrible? Well, you did a lot of things. You did a lot. I counted at least 7 things that you did. And that ain't bad. That ain't bad. I even slept enough. I don't understand why I'm so exhausted. My brain also hurts. I did bare minimum tasks. Why does it feel like this? Alright. Let's take a look at your needs for a moment. What are the needs of a person? We have the needs of the body. We need sleep, we need food, we need water, air, all that good stuff. We also have the needs of the mind. We need to be mentally stimulated. We need color, we need variety, we need context and contrast. But beyond that, the needs of the body and the needs of the mind, we also have the needs of the soul. We need friends. We need to feel appreciated. We need to feel understood. We need to feel loved. So maybe your brain hurts and your body feels exhausted because it needs something from you. Maybe it needs time with a friend. Maybe it needs time in nature. I would say to try to figure out what that is. Try to figure out what it feels like is missing. I've had days like this. I will fully admit I've had days like this. Chat, has anybody had days like this? Can we get a show of solidarity here? Who's had days like this? Where you feel like I just do the bare minimum, but I still feel exhausted. This to me is what depression feels like sometimes. Like it's a struggle just to do the bare minimum. So what I see this as in myself when I feel this way is my body, my mind, my soul, they're hungry for something. I need to figure out what that is. And most of the time it's I need to feel companionship, I need to feel love, I need to feel friendship. One of the things that we will do sometimes when we are depressed is we will deprive ourselves of the things that give us feelings of love. So if you recognize what your love languages are, that will actually also help you to understand the ways in which we self-sabotage when we're depressed. When we're depressed, we actually will deprive ourselves of love. So please seek it out. Call a friend. Have a good vent session. Maybe a good consensual mutual trauma dump. I'm not anti-trauma dump, okay? But what I am anti is non-consensual one-sided trauma dumping. That's just me showing up at your house with a trailer full of stuff and saying, hey, I'm going to leave this in your yard. That's not how it should work. So if you're going to trauma dump on somebody, ask for permission first. Do you mind if I do a little trauma dump? Sure, go ahead. Okay, and afterwards, you can go too. I don't want it doesn't have to just be me. We can go dump for dump. We can do a group poop. Alright, don't give up, questioner. You will feel warmth again, don't fear. Hello? I just want to update you on something that happened because I find it silly. So I'm not sure if you remember that girl who was commenting on my boyfriend's winning posts. Oh, I remember. Oh, I remember. And his dad was liking and replying to them, but it's related to that. Oh, okay. Let's see. It's... Oh, yeah, if other people's words are censoring in chat, you have to change your setting so that they don't censor. I don't know when they added that. I don't think it was always a thing. I don't even remember having to ever turn mine off. I think they must have added that at some point. I don't know. So, we went to the Halloween race and dressed up my boyfriend's car. I'm the more social one out of the two of us and took charge with handing out the candy at the trunk or treat in the middle of the track next to the car. That sounds fun. That sounds cute. Trunk or treat at the racetrack. That sounds fun. So we're having a good time, seeing all the costumes and talking to people in passing. My boyfriend fills the candy bucket and goes to put the bag down while I'm swarmed by more children. I then look over to make sure he's okay because I'm so focused on making sure each kid's only taking one piece of candy, and boom! That girl from Facebook has spawned out of nowhere and is talking to him.
Stinky!
I look at him and he's giving the help me eyes, and she's just kind of staring at me, so I tell her I didn't hear what she said, and she said she was asking about his dad. So who knows? But once it was all over, my boyfriend just says he thinks it's weird and creepy and hopes she could read that he was uncomfortable. It sounds like she did. It sounds like she did. Maybe she wants his dad. That's kind of what I think. I think she's into his dad. He says he doesn't want to be mean because he's friends with her father. Well, you know, the thing about setting boundaries is that you can be assertive, but you don't have to be an asshole. Like, if you don't want to talk to somebody, all you have to say is, well, it was nice talking with you. I'll see you around. He says he doesn't want to be mean because he's friends with her father, but I told him there's polite ways to end a conversation you don't want to be in. I'm alright with stepping in and being like, hey, it's been nice seeing you, but we are doing whatever right now, but are there some other good techniques or practices that I could not only use myself, but possibly share with my boyfriend? Yes. Yes. When you are done talking to somebody, there are effective and useful strategies to let them know that you are done talking to them. And my favorite one is, well, it was nice talking to you. Not only does this help to end the conversation, but it's also a compliment. Alright, well, we'll see you around. I gotta get back to doing this thing, but I'll talk to you later. I'll see you around. It's honestly, it's a classic technique. People have been using this type of technique for a long time. Honestly, and it's not even just the words that you deliver, it's also the tone that you deliver those words in. You know, like whenever you're done talking to somebody and you kind of go, well, like, you know what I mean? Like there's a whole tone to it. Well, slap knee, stand up. Welp, time to hit the road, time to hit the old dusty trail. It was great seeing you. I'll see you around, okay? It's just about ending the conversation politely. You're not trying to say, hey, get out of here. I'm not trying to talk to you. Hey, leave me alone. Just be nice about it. Just be like, it was so good talking to you. I gotta get back to handing out candy. You know what I mean? I would say, well, I'm gonna let you go. I gotta get back to work. That's a good one. So nice to see you. Gotta go. We've all got our favorites, and we've all got the ones that are tried and true. My personal favorite is, well, it was really nice talking to you. Because in this, not only am I complimenting and saying, hey, it was nice to talk to you, but I'm also implying that, hey, we are done talking. It was nice talking to you. It's a delicate game when trying to get off the phone with my mother, because if I say it was so nice talking to you too soon, she will reply with, well, yes, I guess you don't have time for your mother. So I usually just wait until she's bored herself of the conversation. No, G&G, you just gotta make it gross. If somebody wants to cross your boundaries and accuse you of things like that, just make it gross. Just be like, actually, Mom, I really gotta go number 2. I gotta go number 2. When in doubt, just tell him you gotta poop. Like, if somebody's gonna make me uncomfortable from ending a conversation early, then I'm gonna make them uncomfortable for making me uncomfortable. It's like, oh, you're going to try to guilt me for having boundaries and hanging up the phone when I was done talking? Well, now I'm going to make you uncomfortable by making you picture me pooping. I feel guilty about lying, though. Then go sit on the toilet. Then go sit on the toilet and be like, huh, guess I didn't have to poop after all. It was just a fart. Then it's not technically a lie. Hi, Josh, I'm gay. Another day, another gay. We got another one. We got another one. Hi, gay. Hey, am I allowed to ask if you also struggle mentally sometimes? If I hadn't struggled mentally, I don't think I'd be as knowledgeable or as aware as I am of how to navigate mental struggles. So yes. I feel like we all do, though. And like, not just me, not just you. I feel like having a mental struggle is a part of being human. But a lot of people are made to feel like if I am mentally struggling, I can't show it, I can't talk to anybody about it, because then they're gonna think I'm crazy. And so even talking about struggling mentally has historically just been so stigmatized that a lot of people will convince themselves that they are okay even though they are not okay. But the most important thing about being able to get okay, to be able to make things better, to be able to work on things, is to say, you know what, I'm not doing so well right now. You can't fix a problem unless you acknowledge that that problem exists. In corporate and academia, it's the worst, right? Because then you're just gonna fall into their narcissistic games, and then they're just gonna try to use that as a way of having an upper hand over you, because that's just how things work. And it sucks. It's terrible. Do you know the right techniques to not fall into the trap of the mind? The techniques are mindfulness and meditation. Those are the techniques. Mindfulness and meditation will get you places. The point in doing meditation and practicing mindfulness is to realize that the traps that have been laid within your mind were set by you, and that only you are able to find those traps and disarm those traps. And smoking weed. Smoking weed is just like... It's meditative in a way. It's meditative in a way, that's for sure. Like, meditation is all about just acknowledging the flow of your thoughts and then just trying to go with the flow rather than try to swim against the current. Smoking weed helps things to just be very flowy. But it's also low vibrational. If we're being honest, smoking weed is... And there's nothing wrong with low vibrations, don't get me wrong. The low vibrations, those are the relaxing vibrations. But we don't always want to be at a low frequency. Sometimes we like to crank the amplitude. How do I make myself more approachable when I have resting, mean, and angry girl face? Practice in the mirror. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even joking. That is how you do it. I used to have a very, like, people would tell me, like, are you mad? People would be like, are you mad? Like, just the look on your face. Because I didn't realize that I had this look where I would just, people would be talking to me and I would just be looking at them very intensely. Just like I wasn't mad or anything. I had a very intense gaze. And so what I started doing was I would just practice. I would just go look at myself in the mirror and then do it long enough to where I can kind of start to forget that I'm just staring at myself and to just try to view myself as if I'm just someone else. I'm just looking at me from across the room or whatever it might be. And I just try to see, like, what does that person make me feel like? That person that is just staring me down right now. So there are definitely things that you can do to soften your gaze. You know, just allow your gaze to wander around instead of maintain in such like a fixed or intense way. Like if you just find yourself staring intently, just let it soften. Just kind of let your eyes wander a little bit. You know, if you feel like your eyebrows are starting to become too intense, you know, just relax them a little bit. Also, smiling is also very helpful. The human brain is wired to appreciate a good smile. Just like we're wired to recognize faces, we're also wired to recognize faces that are approachable versus faces that make us feel reluctant to approach them. We recognize an angry face and we recognize a happy face, and we can even do this when we're babies. So just practice. Just give it some practice. You will be surprised how quickly you'll be able to make some of those tweaks. Just look at yourself in the mirror and see what it is my face looks like whenever I'm just, like if I was looking at somebody else, what am I doing to my face? Like, okay. And then pay attention to where in your face starts to feel tension or tightness. And then try to just soften that up. Just try to relax it a little bit. I find it scary how when a simple little thing changes, the whole way I feel or think can change. It's beautiful, but kind of scary. It's true. It's true. But I feel like that's part of the beauty of life, you know? That's life in a nutshell. Beautiful, but but kind of scary. It's like being out in the woods. It's like being out in the woods. Every day that you go out, if you went and you walked in the woods, and you walked the same path through the woods every single day, you would see new different things every single time you walk through those woods. Things are always changing in the natural world. The thing is that it doesn't have to be scary. It doesn't have to be frightening. I think the word we can start to embrace is anticipation. Almost like an eagerness or an excitedness. I wonder what's going to happen next. Who is this diva? Love you, Papa? Who? You're talking to me? Who? It's me. It's you. We're all divas here, myself included. Divas in. Divas in. The Brain Domain Divas. I never considered the idea that I might be a sex addict. Well, the thing is what you're actually craving is a relief from your stress. You are a relief addict, and who can blame you for wanting relief from stress? The tool by which you achieve that relief is sexual gratification. That's what a lot of people end up falling into, is because it's a quick and easy way to get that hit of dopamine that you're looking for. So what you want to try to do is find other ways that you can de-stress. You want there to be as many tools in your toolbox as possible. Because there's nothing wrong with gratifying yourself, but you want there to be other tools there as well, you know? Practicing hobbies, doing exercise, talking to friends, playing an instrument, playing with your dog, whatever it is. The more tools you have in the toolbox, the better. So yeah, what you're looking for is the feeling of relief from stress that it gives you. This is why some people fall into these types of behaviors. Some people become, they become habitual eaters. They might do a lot of snacking. They might eat a lot of junk food, because it my thought would be give some consideration to what other types of tools you would like to add to your toolbox. Because the thing is if you only got one tool in your toolbox, you're going to wear that tool out. It's not going to work as well anymore, or you're going to have to really overwork it to get the same effect. I don't want your weed. I want you to have your weed. I'm not anti-weed, okay? I get it. I get it. People have asked me, they're like, hey, I smoke in the evenings to unwind. I'm like, okay, good. That's fine. Go for it. I'm just saying, a good toolbox has many tools in it. Consider your mental toolbox. How do I cope with stress? How do I cope with sadness? How do I cope with anger? The more tools you have, the more problems you can fix. I feel like an addiction to sexual gratification is somewhat different than an addiction to substances or overeating, etc. What if I told you that fundamentally it is the same thing? It might be a little different. Like a gambling addiction is a little bit different from a porn addiction, which is a little bit different from a drug addiction or an alcohol addiction. There are slight differences, but it all operates within the same areas of your brain. We're talking about your limbic system. We're talking about your dopamine pathways. We're talking about the feeling of reward. The reward circuitry in the brain. Like if you're addicted to alcohol, cigarettes, drugs, eating, that can have a negative impact on your physical health. The thing is, though, is that if your current state of mind and your current behaviors are affecting your mental health, that is also in turn affecting your physical health, just in a different way. It's still affecting you in some way. Hello, Papa. I feel pretty overwhelmed with my new job. Every day something is going wrong and it's not really my fault, but it's something I'm involved in to try to fix it. I'm still new to this role, but it's a smaller company than I'm used to working under, which means they kind of make you do a million different things. The money is pretty good and my boss is chill, it's just the work itself is tough. Would love some advice. Hey, you're learning. You're learning. What's bothering you now is you feel like I'm not knowledgeable enough. I don't know all the things I need to know. I don't have all the skills. You're getting there. You're getting there, and it sounds like you have an environment that can help you to get there. Maybe talk to some other people who work there and be like, hey, how long did it take you to really get a hang of all of these things? Because they'll probably say, oh yeah, it took me a few months, or I didn't have everything down until I was here for a year or two. Because that's how it goes in a job. You easily spend the first few months to the first couple years in a job learning how to do that job more effectively. Even the people who have been there for 5-10 years will probably be like, yeah, I still get lost sometimes. So just be mindful of things like imposter syndrome. Like feeling like I'm in over my head, or feeling like I shouldn't be here, or I'm here on under a false pretense. I didn't actually earn this. I don't actually have the credentials. So just show yourself some grace, ask questions when you need to, be open to receiving guidance and feedback. You'll get the hang of it. You'll get the hang of it, no worries. Dr. Bobby said, I work in an environment like this. Changing your mindset to problems being acceptable, unavoidable, routine, that was what helped me. Problems are inherent to any organization. Absolutely. No matter what job, no matter what position, no matter what company, there's gonna be problems for you to solve. So embrace your ability to learn and grow and change, and you'll be just fine. So basically, doctors and veterinarians. I was scared by their IQ. I'm frightened. I feel dumb next to them. I've never heard any terms used for this, but like, is it common to feel bad when you're talking to or hanging around people who are super smart like that? Okay. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Remember this, okay? That there are doctors out there who don't know how to make scrambled eggs. There are doctors out there who don't know how to thread a needle. There are doctors out there who don't know how to turn on a washing machine. The thing about being a doctor is that you are very knowledgeable about your field of study. Now, I'm not saying you might not be an intelligent or smart person in general, but I've met some doctors who were very good at their job, but who weren't very good at other aspects of being human. I've met doctors who are terrible drivers. So here's the thing. If somebody says something that you don't understand or you don't know, just ask them. Just ask them what it means. There's nothing wrong with that. Just be willing to learn, and then you can, bridge that gap, and you don't have to feel like this person's so much smarter than me. Don't punish yourself for not feeling intelligent enough. Embrace your ability to learn and grow. Tying back to something that we were talking about in chat, trying to figure out what's causing it is the first step to trying to fix it, whether it's an issue of the body or an issue of the mind. What I would say is, what of those two can you practice at home to try to gain some insight on? What I would say, always start with the mind. That's what I like to do. I always just like to start with the mind. to rule that out first before I assume it to be an issue of the body. Should probably bring this up with a doctor. I know it shouldn't be embarrassed or ashamed, but I can't help but feel awkward about it. Let's say, what if you did? What if you did meet with a doctor and things went great? How would that make you feel? That's true for men. Would you say that I'm most men? We're just built differently. I know my approach helps people like me. I know your approach helps people like you. What do you mean what do you mean people like you? What do you mean you people? I think I'm in a Karen-y mood. Don't know what it feels like to ovulate, and you'll never know what it feels like to get kicked in the nuts. We've all got our own crosses to bear. And to be fair, I have had abdominal cramps, and they are terrible. I was carrying in Costco yesterday, and while I was carrying a big heavy box full of groceries, I had a poop cramp, and I froze in place. I was paralyzed. I had to wait until this cramp in my gut went away so that I could then go poop. So I have empathy. How do I navigate procrastination without shutting down or losing motivation? Deadlines. Deadlines, deadlines, deadlines. The thing that allowed you to get away with procrastinating earlier in life, whether it be in school or whatever, was the fact that you had deadlines. Like, well, the paper's due, I gotta sit down and write it. I can't wait any longer. You have to give yourself deadlines. Not just deadlines for the finished outcome, though. Give yourself deadlines for the different steps of whatever goal it is that you're trying to work on. So let's say you need to do your dishes or you need to do your laundry or something. What time do you want to get that process started? At what time do you want to have the first steps of that goal? At what time? The thing about procrastination is that we wait until the last possible minute, and then we use panic as a motivator so that we do the task. We wait until panic sets in. Uh-oh, I have to get that thing done. I have to get up and go right now. And the thing about panic is that it can be a very powerful motivator, but it can also cause you to shut down. And so what we need to do is we need to be more goal-focused. We need to be goal-oriented. We need to focus on the individual steps of that goal, and we need to set deadlines for ourselves. You gotta set deadlines. Because here's the thing. When it comes to the stuff that you want to do in your life, you aren't really going to have those deadlines set for you. You have to be the one that sets them for yourself. And that's an adjustment coming from, being in school where deadlines were imposed on you. You have to now be the one. And that's what being a grown-up's all about, partner. Yeah, you're not making anybody in chat uncomfortable. Don't worry about it. Like, literally, we talk about this kind of stuff all the time. We've talked about it all, okay? We've talked about it all. We've nothing left off the table. I just meant because of the sexual nature. We're grown-ups. We can handle it. We're mature. Alright, one more thing, questioner. When it comes to keeping motivation going, momentum is really important in maintaining motivation. So how do we build momentum? We build momentum by breaking a goal down into many small steps and then recognizing the sense of accomplishment that we get by achieving each one of those steps. So if my goal is I need to have my laundry done, my steps to that are pick up the laundry in my room that needs to get washed, put it in the bin, bring the bin to the laundry machine. That's 2 steps, that's 2 goals. And then once you start feeling that sense of momentum, like, okay, we're getting it done, we're doing the thing. Just break it down into as many small steps as you need to, so that you can feel a sense of progress, so that you can build momentum. It's much more easy to have motivation when you've got momentum on your side, rather than trying to start from a dead stop. Another thing I really struggle with is taking even the slightest or kindest criticism. Can I just say that acknowledging that and being aware of that within you, first off, the only way you can actually overcome that is to identify it, but then also the strength to acknowledge that. The strength to even, the bravery to even bring it up or to talk about it. Let me ask you this. Do you often find yourself being overly judgmental of yourself? Because more often than not, the reason why we have a hard time accepting criticism from others is because we assume that it comes from the same place that our internal criticisms come from. We assume that they are being as judgmental and critical of us as we are to us. You know what I mean? Hey, Rue, welcome back. How's it going? Welcome in. I understand that every relationship is different, and ups and downs are normal. Sometimes I can handle the tough moments, but recently I've noticed a change. We've been texting less, and while I know it's not mandatory, the slight distance between us makes it feel more significant. When we're together, everything feels great, genuine, and full of love. I've noticed him active on social media. He doesn't know that I know his social media either. What? That, to me, is a little unusual. But I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge or speculate. I just think it's like, why have a social media that you keep private from your partner? Like, why? Like, to what end? Could be Reddit or something. Yeah, that's why I'm not trying to look too much into it, but like, I'm just, I won't be too speculative. That's just, like, I'm the type of person in a relationship where I'm like, go ahead, look at it. You know, I got nothing to hide. I got nothing to, nothing. Everything passes the sniff test. So I don't think it's that he just doesn't want to be on his phone. We used to text and call all the time, but now it feels like he doesn't want to call me anymore. I'm unsure how to approach this because we're committed, but my mind keeps overthinking. I try to put that energy into myself, but I feel frustrated with myself. Why do I care so much? You want to talk to somebody that you care about and have a relationship with. This person is not just your partner, they are your friend. They are your companion. If you want to talk more, if you want to engage more, I feel like there's a friendly, healthy way to approach that subject. It doesn't have to come from a place of like anger or resentment. It could just be like, I miss when we used to talk more often. I miss when you used to call and talk all the time. We should do that more. We should try that again. Just not even from like a judgmental or like a, just more from like a, wouldn't that be nice? Like, wouldn't that be, like, you know what I mean? Just... So I guess just bring it up and talk about it, but just try to do it in a friendly way and then just see how he responds. If he, like, hopefully he takes it well, and hopefully he's able to, like, recognize, they're like, yeah, you know what, you're right, I miss that too, I do like talking to you, we should talk more, we should spend more time on the phone. So hopefully he takes it well. If he takes it in a defensive way, then we'll talk about it more. Because, you know, it's not like you're making accusations, it's not like you're just saying, hey, I like talking to you, I want to talk to you more, and I feel like that's totally fine. There's no problem with that. I literally kept thinking to myself, I deserve to kill myself. Whenever you hear that thought, whose voice is it in? I wanna identify or classify that thought as a intrusive thought. These are thoughts that are self-harmful, they are self-destructive, they are unproductive, they are intrusive thoughts. Whose voice does that thought get delivered in? We want to pay close attention to these types of thoughts we have because we're trying to take our power back from them. These thoughts that are intrusive, that, you know, say terrible, hurtful, destructive things about ourselves. When these thoughts pop up, it's like, okay, why are you here? What, are you helping or are you hurting? Like, what is this thought here for? This technique might not work for everybody, but it worked for me, so I'll go ahead and share it with you. Whenever I had self-destructive, suicidal thoughts, what I found helpful was bullying those thoughts. I started bullying those thoughts because I didn't want to take them seriously. So whenever I had a thought that was like, I wish I was dead. Oh, welcome in, Zatchap Raiders. You're here at an interesting time. You're here at an interesting time. Thank you for the Raiders. Thank you. Welcome in, brother. How you been? How you doing? Hanging in there? You hanging in there? Feeling sleepy? Feeling sleepy? If I'm being entirely honest, the voices in which I hear such thoughts are usually of other people other than myself. Aha! See, that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. Because if they're in somebody else's voice and not in your voice, then what does that mean? Then maybe it's not my thought. I mean, it is your thought. It's happening in your brain, but maybe it's not a thought that you want to keep. Maybe it's not a thought that suits you. Maybe it's not a thought that serves you. And maybe that's why it's being delivered to you in someone else's voice. So you know what I found helpful? And for the Raiders, again, welcome in. Make yourselves comfortable. What we were talking about is we're talking about how to deal with these intrusive thoughts. And what I found helpful was changing the voice that these thoughts are delivered in. I found that if I gave the thoughts a more whiny, complaining voice, I took them way less seriously, and then I would bully these thoughts into submission. My stream could be a brain domain pre-show stream. You know, we're on a similar wavelength. We're here to educate. We're here to enlighten. My goal is to make it out to Australia at some point. I've always wanted to go to Australia. Survival skills don't need to be toxic. You know, the thing that my logic is this. Intrusive thoughts are my enemy. Sometimes it's great if you can convert an enemy into an ally. That's great. If you're able to sway an enemy over to your side, wonderful. But if you can't do that, then my only other option is I must destroy them. I must destroy this enemy. Sometimes I do try to use the technique of counteract your negative thoughts with something positive that contradicts it. That could be helpful, but what I would take it one step further and say, if you're gonna try to outweigh negative thoughts with positive thoughts, you have to do it in a 2-for-1 ratio. Because your brain is, and when I say your brain, I mean all of our brains, all human brains, they are inherently sensitive to negative information, negative emotions. It's a biological survival mechanism. It helps us to avoid pain or harm. So we react more strongly, we remember more vividly negative things. And so if we're trying to outweigh negative with positive, you have to do 2 positives for every negative, at least. You gotta drown it. If you're gonna try to outweigh your negative thinking, you have to drown it in a sea of positive thoughts. Our brain, comrade. It's our mental health, brother. No, one of the things that I found really helpful in the long run with dealing with negative, self-defeating, intrusive thoughts, I'm not good enough, nobody likes me, etc. You know the thoughts I'm talking about. Those thoughts that seem to creep up on you when you're at your most vulnerable. Those thoughts that seem to creep up on you when you have you let your guard down for a minute and they start creeping in. Like when you're laying in bed trying to get to sleep. I found it helpful to change the voice that those thoughts are being delivered in, repeating those thoughts back to myself, but in a more whiny, annoying voice. So instead of, "You're not good enough," it's, "You're not good enough." It's like, oh, why would I take that voice seriously? Why would I listen to that voice? It's a cognitive restructuring exercise. You are changing your perspective and changing the way that you process a thought. And if you can do this just thought by thought, one thought at a time, you can change your brain. Just commit to the process. Polyvagal. Ah, the vagal nerve. Do some, like, there's probably some great videos or some great articles that would be a good introduction to the vagus nerve system. I want to do a presentation on it, but I still have to put some research together before I have that ready to go. But to simplify it, you have a system of nerves that operates in your body that is the vagal nerve system. It is connected to your guts, it's connected to your stomach, it's connected to your heart, your lungs, your liver, like all your major organs. And then it has a line that connects directly to your brain. It actually bypasses the spinal cord. It just goes directly into your, like, your, I forget what it's called, some sensory, some bulb in your brain, I don't remember. But anyway, a lot of what gives us sensations of like physical discomfort or physical anxiety are tied to that nerve system. And so there are ways that you can actually induce a state of relaxation or calm yourself down if you're feeling agitated by stimulating that nervous system. Wait, what's connected to my organs? Alright, before we get into the Asmongold drama, let's talk about the vagal nerve system real quick. Alright, in your body, you have the vagus nerve. It is connected to all of your major organs, and then it goes directly to your brain. It actually, like all of the other nerves in your nervous system, they branch out from your spinal cord. Whereas the vagal nerve actually has its own direct route to the brain. This is why if you eat something and it makes you sick, you will vomit. You will be sick. Is because of the vagal nerve. It has a direct line to your throat, your esophagus, and it will prepare you to Haktua. Did we already pass Who's That Diva? LOL. We were trying to figure out who it was, but then we decided we're all divas here. That's what we concluded with. That was where... But yeah, that's where we saw it. So this is your vagus nerve system. Is this nerve starting in the brain? Yeah, it goes all the way up to the like a motor control nervous. Like it is connected to your brain, and then it goes all the way out into all of your lungs and your heart and your... I meant organs. I said lung. I meant your organs. So when does the vagus nerve get triggered? It gets triggered when you're nauseous, it gets triggered when you're anxious, it gets triggered, you know, when you're sick. But it can also, it doesn't just transmit negative impulses. It doesn't only report when things are bad. You can also get good signals throughout your vagus nerve system if everything is in order. The vagus nerve is the main nerve of your parasympathetic nervous system. And the parasympathetic nervous system is your rest and digest nervous system. It is the part of your nervous system that will make you feel calm, at peace. Rest and digest. That nerve has done me quite some damage considering my anxiety levels. Well, the thing about anxiety is that anxiety actually operates on the sympathetic nervous system. It's got its own nerve. So if you can stimulate your vagal nerve, it can actually help you to feel more calm. It can help you to trigger your body's relaxation processes. So what can we do? How can we stimulate your vagus nerve?
Ad campaigns aren't delivering as expected.
This is an advertisement about advertisements. Get out of here.
Isn't usually a positive one. But what if we told you that strengthening one specific nerve could improve your stress levels and boost your mental health? It's called vagus nerve stimulation, and it targets the nerve that runs from your brain to your large intestine. The vagus nerve's most important role is controlling your parasympathetic nervous system, which helps your body switch back and forth between fight or flight mode and rest and digest mode. Here are 5 ways to stimulate and regulate your vagus nerve. Number 1, practice deep breathing. When you focus on your breath, like through meditation and yoga, you slow your heart rate and lower your cortisol levels.
The reason why this works is because the nerve that is connected to your bronchial tubes, whenever your bronchial tubes are engaged, it sends a signal to your heart to lower the heart rate. Because your heart and your lungs are they work very closely together, right? As you breathe in oxygen, it pumps that oxygen in, you're able to get oxygen-rich blood into your heart, and so the two work in conjunction. So whenever you breathe in a nice big relaxing breath, it activates those bronchial tubes and it sends the signal to your heart. All right, bring the heart rate down a little bit. You know what will make me feel better? Hating on Asmongoul. We'll get there, okay? We'll get there.
To have the greatest effect on your vagus nerve, try extending your exhales and make them longer than your inhales.
This is because when your lungs are empty, it sends the opposite signal to your heart. It actually encourages your heart to beat faster. So this is why you breathe in, and then you do a nice slow exhale, because that will delay the amount of time that it takes before the signal gets switched and your heart is being decreased versus being increased. That makes sense.
Number 2, exercise regularly. When you exercise, your body has to adapt to provide you with more oxygen and energy. This process activates your vagus nerve, and if you exercise on a regular basis, you'll help tone and strengthen it. Interval training and endurance training have been shown to be especially good for vagus nerve stimulation. Number 3, give yourself a massage.
I always feel so silly. That I mean, to pause
Reflexology
on
is a
feet.
type of massage that helps relax
that
and
rope
calm
thing
you,
at the gym where you're
which
like,
is thought to support healthy vagus nerve
it's
function.
kind of fun. It kind of
Try giving
makes
yourself
you
a
feel
foot
like
massage
like
by
a
rotating
dog
your
digging a
ankle,
hole.
rubbing
You're
your
just like-
sole in short strokes, and gently stretching your toes back and forth. Number 4, listen to or create music. Your vagus nerve is connected to your vocal cords, and
Did you know that singing can actually help to regulate your mood? It's not easy to sing and be angry at the same time. Think about it. Can you sing angrily? Can you be angry and sing? Okay, maybe if you're in like a metal band, but besides the point.
passes through your inner ear, so calming sounds and vibrations are thought to have a positive effect on it. Try singing, humming, or even listening to soothing music. Number
You don't even have to sing. You don't even have to sing. You can hum. What's a sound that you make when you're relaxed? What's one of those like reflexive sounds that you make whenever you're feeling relaxed? Maybe it's just like maybe you take a sip of your coffee and you're just like, Or maybe you step into a hot tub or a warm bath or a warm shower and you're like, ah. Make those sounds, but make them intentionally, make them longer, put more into it, and just see how it starts to affect your mood because it's activating your parasympathetic nervous system. Heavy sighs will do it too. That too. Just go for the slow exhale, though. Go for the slow exhale. Cold water? Cold
5.
water will
Try
also
cold
set
water
off
immersion. Cold water immersion can slow your heart rate and direct blood flow to your brain, which helps you relax. You don't need to take an ice bath for these benefits. Try a cold shower, or just place an ice pack on your neck or face, but only if your doctor says it's okay. Cold water therapy can be risky if you have a heart condition. Factors like stress and aging can get your vagus nerve out of whack. But when you adopt habits that keep your vagus nerve strong and balanced, you can better regulate your emotions,
Another red flag
manage
for tension,
stress,
your jaw.
and improve your mental health.
Go ahead and just relax your jaw for me. Let your jaw just kind of... See, you have 2 sets of muscles in your jaw. You have the set of muscles that pushes your jaw open, and then you have the set of muscles that pulls your jaw shut. So, if you want to relax your jaw muscles, let your jaw hang open, but don't push it open. You kind of have to make the YouTuber soy face, like your jaw just drops, like. So yeah, when thinking about your tension, think about the different ways that it manifests in your body. It manifests in clenching of the jaw and manifests in tightening of the shoulders. It manifests in tightening and clenching of the hands. So just try to pay attention to your tension. Pay attention to where your tension is seated. My subtitles keep saying attention whenever I am saying tension. There we go. Pay attention to your tension. There we go. We got it. It's a game I like to play. It's one of my meditative exercises. I call it pay attention to your tension. But yeah, if you're somebody who has, anxiety, if you're somebody who wants to maybe just feel more relaxed, more peaceful, just look into the different ways that you can activate your parasympathetic nervous system. Mouth stimming, yep. Just like I was vocally stimming at Costco yesterday. Double chunk chocolate cookie! I feel like I should feel happy and stable in my current relationship, but I just don't. I feel myself getting distant from him, and I become anxious when I'm around him. I'm starting to question if I have commitment issues, if it's just my own internal problems, or if I just have really high standards. That would be, both of those would be putting it onto you. Like, both of those would be putting it back onto you. You know what I mean? But there's a couple things that he told me that have made me feel an emotional blockage. For example, once I opened up to him about some trauma regarding how I lost my virginity, the guy is still stalking me and I got scared, so I told him in case of an emergency, and he proceeded to tell me about he lost his virginity in high school to this 19 to 20-year-old woman, and that the guy he hated wanted to sleep with. This made me uncomfortable and kind of upset me, since it felt like he was trying to brag about his past, but when I tried to share my feelings on that, he got upset. Doesn't it just kind of suck whenever you want to talk about a trauma to somebody and then they're like, well, actually, this thing also happened to me and this is also how I feel about things. It's like, not really what somebody's looking for whenever they want to disclose this kind of stuff to you. Try not to share trauma now. all you've learned here is that you know who not to share it with. Because there are people out there who are understanding and who do want to offer you support. So don't shut yourself off from support just because somebody wasn't supportive. In some backwards way, this could just be them trying to make you feel better or not feel alone in this, which, looking back, is like, okay, not really helpful, but it is their way of trying to help. It's like, if they aren't used to helping or talking to somebody about this kind of thing, we can't really expect them to treat it as if they were like a professional in dealing with this type of thing. What if many somebodies aren't supportive? I think you're onto something. I feel like most people are ill-equipped to actually talk about and process trauma. I think you're exactly right. But then again, most people don't know how to do CPR either. Not everybody knows how to work a fire hose. I would look at it this way. Even though the support that they are offering to you isn't the support that you're looking for, it could still be considered practice for them. How are they supposed to get better at handling and talking about trauma unless they have practice in talking to people about it? I was forwarded here by Casey Tron. Well, you're in the right place then. Any chance for a link of that Vegas nerve video? Yeah, I'll pull it back up for you. I'll pull it back up for you before I forget. Let me... I'm gonna post it right. I'll post it right here for you. The thing about talking about trauma with people is that many of them will try their best to give you the help that they think that you need. Some people will take that trauma and then use it against you. Some people will hold it over your head. Some people will use it as a way of judging you or criticizing you. And then there are people who actually understand trauma and understand what it is that actually is helpful in those situations. So find those people. You need someone who is trauma informed. And that's what we're here doing. At this point, I feel like I need a made-up backstory so people don't know about my trauma. Does everyone in your life need to know about your trauma? I feel like sometimes trauma makes you feel that way. Trauma makes you feel like, I need to tell people about this because if they do find out about this one day, they're going to think about me differently. So let me just get ahead of it and let me just tell them about it. Let me just get it out there. But in reality, does everybody need to know? Does everybody need to know every detail of your life? Mine is from an obvious accident. Still, though, my point remains, it's like, does it have to be a topic of conversation with everybody that you meet? Does it have to always come up? Like if somebody's in a wheelchair, if somebody has a scar, or if somebody has some other type of like physical condition that's like, it's clearly apparent that something happened to them, you don't have to always make it a topic of conversation. Dad tells me to BS them. Yeah, it's like if they are just gonna insist on you telling them the story, it's like you could come up with a crazy elaborate story, just try to have some fun with it. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Like, oh, how'd you lose that leg? Or how'd you lose, it's just like, oh, believe it or not, steamroller. Just like as it turns out, it's not like in the cartoons. I got caught in a saw trap and I had Alright, I want to get back into this question. I got a little sidetracked. But we were talking about how this guy was comparing his trauma to your trauma, which that is something that people do. You tell them about your trauma and they will start telling you about something that was traumatic to them as a way of trying to, say, hey, I've also been through things. And it's not I don't think they're doing it to try to, make you feel invalid or make you feel insignificant. They're just trying to make it relatable. And it doesn't come from an impure place. I think it comes from a place of wanting to help and wanting to be helpful. If they know what the Horus Heresy is, you can call them a nerd. All I have to say about that is, fuck the word bearers. I'm super open and blunt, so I gotta learn to edit my BS. Or you can embrace who you are genuinely and surround yourself with people who appreciate that. I feel like, we wear different masks in different situations, but, you still have to be you genuinely. Alright, let me get back into this question. This made me uncomfortable and kind of upset me since it felt like he was trying to brag about his past, but when I tried to share my feelings on that, he got upset. He's opened up about more irresponsible things he's done and claims he regrets it, but has also told me that in college he was looking to live like he's in an American Pie movie. The way he talks about the things he's done or the relationships he's been in, just none of it seems healthy or for the right reasons, and it makes me question our relationship and how legit it even is, or if I'm just another checkmark off his bucket list. Trust your gut. Okay? Trust your gut. Do you see growth here? Do you see potential here? Like, where do you see things going from this point? Just give it some thought. This might not be about you having too high of standards. This might not be about you having an emotional blockage. Maybe you don't have an emotional blockage. Maybe you feel emotionally blocked. Maybe someone is blocking off your ability to express your emotions. Because whenever you try to talk about your emotions, they talk about their emotions. Think about it. Talk about it. Figure out what you want to do. Substitute Scholar, thank you for gifting that sub to all kinds of BS. All kinds of BS. All kinds of BS. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary folk. Are we ready? Are we ready to talk about Twitch drama? Are we ready? I'm gonna have this picture up because we're thumbnail farming. I want my Twitch thumbnail to have this in it so that people know what we're talking about. What you're looking at here, is you are looking at superior culture. Well, I'm a little behind, but go on. You know, Rorschach, you're an adult man. You got your own life to live. I cannot fault you for not being up to date on Twitch drama. I cannot fault you for that whatsoever. But don't worry, I'll get you up to speed. Don't worry, I'll get you up to speed. So, let's play the clip. Let's play the clip.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way.
Like, first off, like, where do you even begin with this? First off, 47% of the Palestinian population are children? Second off, not every Palestinian adheres to, like, the same religious faith. There are Jewish Palestinians, there are Christian Palestinians. So just the disgusting Islamophobic take, it gets worse. It gets worse. Capri is Christian? Yeah, a friend of mine, Capri, he's Christian. His family was from Palestine. His family tried to get they had their house taken, and they tried to get their house back the legal way. They studied law, they got law degrees, and they tried to get their house back through the courts, which is what you were supposed to do if you were going to get your house back, if somebody took it from you. But they didn't. They didn't let them. And you know what? Now they can't go back. Once you leave Palestine, you aren't allowed to return. How does it get worse?
They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons.
In what world? So you're saying that if Palestinian people had more bombs and more weapons, they would just start indiscriminately killing as many people as possible? He's saying this is their whole culture? Wait, just wait.
But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
The worst person that you can think of somehow got even worse. So this is why he ended up getting banned. After many, like nearly a day, after many hours of outcry, he was finally banned on Twitch. For the multiple violations of the terms of service. This is clearly hate speech. This is clearly racist. This is clearly bigoted and xenophobic, Islamophobic. But the real cherry on top of all this is that a man who lives in absolute squalor has the gall to imply superiority. Because this is what he's doing. This is literally a white supremacist tactic. This is Nazi behavior, referring to other cultures, other people as inferior, which implies that you are superior to them, which makes you a fill in the blank. That makes you a white supremacist. But the fact that anyone that lives like this has the stones to claim superiority over anybody else, disgusting. I'm uncomfortable, you should be. The sad thing is he'll go on YouTube and not get banned. Well, he has sponsors that are backing out. He has people that partner with him who are backing out. One of the co-founders of his org, who is Arabic, who's had to grow up listening to this type of rhetoric. Imagine you hear your business partner say this. How do you have sponsors and live like that? Now here's the thing. I'm not gonna diagnose Asmongold. I'm not gonna diagnose Asmongold. I'm not gonna talk about him directly. What I'm gonna talk about are people like him. People like him. Just for clarity. Who is his business partner? Alright, it was tweeted and then deleted. There was a tweet that said, and this is from Tips Out, he's a founding member of OTK. Growing up a target of this exact rhetoric, I've got to say that this is quite surreal to see. Still processing it. Thanks for the messages, and we'll check back in when my head is in a better place. This tweet has since been deleted. So what's up with people like this? What's the deal with people who behave this way? Today we're talking about the psychology of lonely, angry men. The psychology of the lonely, angry man. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Remember how we spent a lot of time last week talking about narcissism and narcissistic traits? Remember that? I want to show you something. This was his apology. And when I say apology, I mean apology. After getting a lot of people were very vocal and very justifiably upset about the things that he had to say. He just said how he feels like. Why is not that okay? Why is okay, let me answer your question with a question. Like, first off, say what you want to say. I don't give a shit. You're on a website that has a terms of service that you are supposed to adhere to. So even outside of how racist and disgusting what he had to say was, he violated the terms of service, so he deserves a ban. But that's besides the point. Why are you okay with children getting blown up because of their religion? The point was he doesn't care. Then why speak on it? Why should I just go around saying that I don't care about other people dying just to upset people? Why? He doesn't want that. He literally said that they're inferior. Like, do the math. Like, why do you care so much about the opinion of a man who operates out of this room? Like, is this just funny to you? Is this a meme to you? Like, do you not see the severe and persistent mental illness that it takes to live in these conditions? This man needs serious professional help. He does not need you enabling him. He does not need you capitulating to him. I don't care. Then go for a walk. Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you engaging if you don't care? The whole just like throwing up your hands and saying, well, I actually don't care. I actually don't give a shit. That's just like, just such a coward's way out. Like, haha, you're mad, I got you. If you live in America, your tax dollars are going towards the systematic murder of these people, so you should care. And if you don't care, you're either stupid or evil. So which one are you? Stupid or evil? Could be both. Probably a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. You're probably right. You should care because this is Nazi rhetoric. And if you knew anything about history, then this would disturb you. But clearly you don't. And you're able to just dismiss yourself from it by saying that I don't care, but you should care. Wait, what? Nazi? Yes. How about this? Go to your local university, find a history professor, show them his video, show them that clip, and ask them, how is this like what Nazis used to do? Have a history professor explain it to you because I don't have the time or the patience to do it. So maybe you don't care. What do you care about? What are some things in life that you do care about? Tell me about those. I want to hear about the things that actually do entice you. Which clip? You want me to play it again? You want me to roll it back? You saw the clip, don't play dumb. Because you said he's just saying how he feels. That clip. That one. Yes, that clip. Like, this man's not your friend. Like, you're not gonna hang out with him, you're not gonna impress him, you're not, like, he doesn't know you, he doesn't think you're cool. So, like, you don't have to enable his terrible behavior. It's okay to call shitty behavior. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. So anyway, after receiving much backlash for what he said, this was his apology. Looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad. He says they have an inferior culture and I don't care that they are being genocided. My bad. How a narcissist apologizes? Absolutely. Absolutely. You're actually getting ahead of me, and I'm going to explain why that is. I'm going to explain why this is how a narcissist apologizes. So, first off, shout out to my boy Brett. My boy Brett, Cinemarxism. He's also from Missouri. He's a good guy. But this comment here, I included this in the screenshot because it really adds to it. You just violated your golden rule of never apologizing. It would be interesting to hear why you made an exception on your next YouTube vid. And then he says, I don't mind apologizing if it's something I think I'm actually wrong about. Given the amount of times I've gotten hate for things and never apologized should be proof enough of that. First off, apologizing doesn't make you weak. Men, I don't know who needs to hear this, but there's just something that's cooked into some men where it's like, I could never admit wrongdoing, I could never apologize, that makes me a beta cuck soy boy. I can never apologize. I am only ever right. It's like, no, that makes you a fucking idiot. Admitting when you're wrong is how you learn, and it's how you grow. Is admin just as hateful as Destiny? I would lump them into the same category. So, here's why this is how a narcissist apologizes. Because if you'll notice, he doesn't actually say, I am sorry. He doesn't actually say, I apologize. What he says is, my bad. And this is normally the best type of apology that you will get from a narcissistic person. This is because what they are doing when they say my bad is they are saying,
I acknowledge what I did was bad. I agree with you that it was a bad thing. That's not an apology. That's just them stating the truth. They're saying, yes, that was a bad thing. I'm glad we're all in agreement on this. Not an apology. Different thing. People who have dealt with narcissists have probably experienced this firsthand. If you're insecure, you can't apologize. Absolutely. And, you know, I feel like... Is this how secure people live? This is straight out of an episode of Hoarders. And hoarding is a severe and persistent mental illness, and it requires a great deal of professional help. So why aren't this man's friends helping him? Why aren't there people intervening in this? This is self-destruction at a high level. Why aren't more people stepping in? That's what I want to know. I would hope that if any one of us, our homes became this way, that we would have friends there showing up, willing to help out. Insecure people cannot offer you a genuine apology because it is too much for their fragile sense of self to manage. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for people like this. You have people who claim to be your friends, but they won't step in and help you when you clearly need it. That's not really friends. That's not really friendship. You saw me in Mike's chat today? I was in Mike's chat today, yes. I did hear his rant, and it did go hard, and as much as I want to unleash my inner Mike, I put a lot of effort into being more cold and calculated in my approach. I have to consider that if I just sit here and get angry and start ranting about something, it's like, how is that going to affect your view of me as a person who can help somebody with their mental health? You know what I mean? I kind of have to keep it cool. But no, that's the thing. And Mike was talking about this earlier, is that different people have different strategies, and that is important to do. Like, Mike has his strategy. Mike can go all in. Mike can bare his teeth. He can go claws out, and he can rip somebody to shreds. And I love that for him. But if I were to do that, I would put into jeopardy my position as a person who is focused on mental health and self-improvement. And so I have to walk my line. As much as I want to just I don't care what a racist's living and or working place looks like, TBH. I would if you consider that racism is a extended symptom of someone's mental illness. Do you think that people who are racist are mentally ill? Would you go so far as to say that racism, bigotry, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, would you classify these as a form of mental illness? Because I would. If this man was emotionally secure, if he had a secure network of friends and family to talk to support him, to process his emotions, then he wouldn't have the need to adhere to racist beliefs in order to feel superior to someone, to give him a sense of gratification and a sense of self-importance. If he actually had meaningful connections, if he actually had meaning and purpose in his life, then he wouldn't need to adhere to those fearful, bigoted beliefs. I view things like racism, bigotry, homophobia, xenophobia, transphobia, all of those phobias, I view them as an extension of a deep-seated insecurity. And so I view it as a mental health issue. You see, because I've got this issue, I've got this problem with me, I've got this issue where I see somebody and I want to fix them. I want to help them. And I understand that people will adhere, because I've seen this so often firsthand. I've seen people who were socially, financially, mentally destitute, living in group homes, just barely able to get by, barely able to take care of themselves, still adhering to racist beliefs because it gives them a sense of importance. It allows them to feel better about themselves by feeling better by comparison. So I'm not going to say that all racists do so because they are mentally ill, but I will say that racism is also a symptom of mental illness because it is one of the ways that the brain copes with major insecurities, major inferiority complexes. Termalini, thank you for the Prime sub. Probably not a very empathetic person either. I try to be the most empathetic motherfucker that you've ever met. And sometimes people think I'm crazy for it. He knows very well what he's doing. If he knew what he was doing, he would clean his fucking room. So, the psychology behind lonely, angry men. Lonely, angry men. It's time to bring back out the black pill psychology presentation. we jump into that, okay, we do have a question. I'm gonna take this question in the question box before we switch back over. I mean, considering how much money he makes, he could even pay for someone to clean that room, LOL. Do you think that he deserves to have a... Do you think that he believes that he deserves to have a clean room? See, like, you look at people like this and you see just a terrible, awful, miserable person, and what I see is this person has deep-seated traumas. This person has major insecurities. And I see this person and I'm just like, I want to see if we can salvage what we can of this person. I think a clean room helps with your mental state. Absolutely. One of the best ways to get a mental boost is if your room is untidy or dirty, clean it up. You will feel so much better. You will have such more of a clear headspace. Alright, I want to take a moment real quick to talk to you about one of my personal heroes. Because this, when you think of like, I know some of you are disagreeing with my perspective on this, and that's fine. That's fine. But the person that comes to mind here is, I think of one of my personal heroes. I think of Daryl Davis. I think of Daryl Davis, the man who spent 30 years befriending members of the KKK and getting over 200 members of the Klan to give up their robes. That's who I think of. I believe that most people operate under hateful beliefs, not because they actually want to be hateful people, but because they are scared and because they want to cope in a frightening world. That's the way I choose to see it. Some of us look outwardly and we see people that we hate and we say, I want to destroy this person. I look outwardly and I see things that I hate and I say, how can I help these people? There's merit in both strategies. You've got yours, I've got mine. How can people think this is okay? The people who think it's okay don't have any friends. And the reason why they don't have any friends is because they find solace and comfort in internet hate groups. Those are the people that give them a sense of belonging and a sense of community. They don't actually have any friends. Not in real life. This is an internet hate group? Yeah, except the only thing we hate here is hate. We hate hate. That's our hate group. We hate capitalism. We're an anti-capitalist hate group. That's what we are. We hate the inconsistencies and lack of access in the mental health care system. We're a hate group. We hate oppressive institutions. We're a hate group. You're American? Was the accent not enough of a giveaway? Did you think that I don't know, I could be Canadian for all you know. What if I was from Canada? I could be Canadian. I actually grew up in Saskatchewan. You know, just a little town right outside of Regina. I'm from Humboldt. Ah, you know about Humboldt. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, I actually live in Saskatoon now. I actually moved a couple years ago. Please, bro, can we get your thoughts on why there are not more people dissociating with reality if they claim to follow the Abrahamic religions? Abrahamic religions, if you follow Abrahamic religions, you're kind of a cuck, if I'm being honest. It's like, come up with your own ideas. Come up with your own, like, develop your own relationship with your creator, whoever that might be. Don't adhere to the beliefs of some 2,000-year-old book. But how, if they believe in an afterlife, do they not dissociate with reality? I think they do. I think in times they do dissociate from reality. You get so lost in the sauce of your religious fervor, you become disconnected. If you spout Nazi talking points or back them up when other people do, I have something to tell you. Right? Or if you hear very clearly Nazi talking points and you're just like, I don't see the problem, then I hate to break it to you, but you might be a Nazi. Why don't you just tell me how you feel about brown people? How do you feel about brown people? Hi, Papa. I want you all to be the first to know. I am also a newer and anxious driver in the community and have been worried about my driving while applying to new jobs. I have just heard back from a company that's only 3 miles / 10 minutes from my house asking if I'm available to call next weekend. I have 2 other nearby places I still have to hear back from, and I only applied last week, so feeling hopeful and a boost of confidence. Let's go. Let's go. Fuck ads, bro. Skill issue. Skill issue. Chat, give some support to this questioner. They've got a W. Let's redirect a little bit. Let's reorient, and let's focus on this W. They wanted to share it with us first, okay? Let's celebrate this moment with them. Give it up. Give it up. I know we're all amped up to try to fight Nazi ideologies, and I love you for that, okay? Don't get me wrong, I love that about you. But we can save that for later. Let's focus on the task at hand. I don't have any friends, and I struggle to get them. If I don't get any friends soon, will I end up in an internet hate group? It's been years. You might not. I'm not saying that everybody who doesn't have friends or anybody who doesn't have social connections will fall into an internet hate group. What I was trying to say is a lot of people do, though. And a lot of them don't even recognize that that's what they're in. A lot of people will fall into a hate group not even realizing that they're in a hate group. For all they know, it's just a group of people that they play games with, or it's just people that they post memes with. You know, it's a forum, it's a Discord server, it's a Twitch chat, whatever it may be. But the thing to think about is, where does a majority of your time and energy go when you are in this group? Do you spend a lot of time focusing on directing hate towards another population of people, whether that population of people be women, people of color, people of a different religion, LGBT people? The list goes on. Do you spend any amount of time directing hate onto a marginalized group of people? Just recognize what the tone of that group that you're spending time in is all about. And if you mostly just spend time talking about stuff that you hate, then you are in a hate group. They're hating me for no reason. They're hating on you because they're concerned that you might be a Nazi. So, can you just maybe give us a free Palestine real quick? Maybe just tell us what you feel about brown people real quick? We desperately want you to prove us wrong, okay? We're just concerned about you. Prove what? Say free Palestine. Say free Palestine right now. You have 20 seconds. We're waiting. Can't do it. He can't do it. Huh. Kind of makes you wonder. It's a great litmus test. It's a great litmus test to determine somebody's beliefs and ideologies. Just get them to say free Palestine. They never can. They can't do it. They just can't do it. They can say things like, I love people of all colors. It's like, that doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean shit. That's just a way to try to deflect. Colorblindness is a way of not seeing systems of oppression. Exactly. Precisely. Alright, going back to the question box, going back to this questioner, hey. You're in a great place to open up, you're in a great place to engage socially, you're in a great place to make some friends. Now, ultimately, we want to see you have friends in real life as well, but just consider online friendships as a great way to practice in real life friendships. You've got a lot of really awesome people in here who would like to be friends with you. I like to think of us as a very welcoming group. Unless you're a Nazi, just the way that we all collect, like, I have never seen you all so riled up before, and I honestly, chat, give it up for yourselves. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You're all, no. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a hand. I'm really surprised you try to push someone to say what they don't want about things they don't care/know about. Then educate yourself. You seem like a smart boy. Read a book. I'm gonna give you a week. I'm gonna give you a week to go do it. I'm gonna give you a week to go do your history. You know, just read the history of the Palestinian people, read about what happened in 1948, read about the Nakba, read about all of the displacements, all of the murder, all of the ethnic cleansing. Go educate yourself. You have a week. That's plenty of time. I'm really surprised you're trying to push someone to say, go read a book. Go learn. I'm not going to let you just come in here and be a dumb motherfucker with impunity, okay? Go educate yourself. I'm confused, though. Why would a Nazi support Israel? Imperialism, mostly. The thing about Nazis is that they know who it is that they should vocally support outwardly up until the point where they no longer support that group. They know how to exploit a group until they no longer need them. That is how fascists operate. God, imagine living in October 2024 and it's been an entire year since the genocide has been going on in Gaza and you still are just so willfully ignorant of what's going on there. It's like, at this point, if you don't know, you're either dumb or evil. So which one is it? Go read a goddamn book. What's going on? We were just yelling at a Nazi. Don't worry about it. They're gone now. Don't worry. Don't worry. They're gone. I gave them a week. I gave them a week timeout. I told them to go read about the history so that they can form an opinion on it, because I told them, you know, speak out against the genocide. Say free Palestine. And they couldn't do it. They felt like I was forcing them to say something about something that they didn't know anything about. I'm like, okay, then take a week off. Go read, go learn. And then maybe they'll come back better in a week. We'll see. But I was done talking to them. I'm done at that point. I'm like, at this point, you are either willfully ignorant or you are just evil. And I can fix one of the two. One of those I can fix. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm stuck. I tend to pause and think about how I want to share what I'm feeling, while my partner thinks that's manipulative, sneaky, and passive, while outbursts are just being authentic. Huh. Would I tell them that they could communicate in more productive ways than getting immediately frustrated or annoyed, as if I wouldn't work with them and listen to their needs? I get told that I shouldn't tone police them and shouldn't manage their emotions. Uh-oh.
Oh no, cutie cheeks, that wasn't them. That was a guy who was making fun of them. That wasn't the same person. That was somebody making fun of them. We're fired up right now, okay? Let's try to reel it back in. We're fired up. We're a little heated right now. Let's try to reel it back in. At least he's being a good. They're being a good sport about it. They're being a good sport about it. I think we can have a good giggle about it. We can have a good giggle about it and carry on. Let's all take a breath real quick. All right, physiological sigh with me real quick. Remember, 2 inhales, slow exhale. Inhale through the nose, a second quick inhale through the nose, and a slow exhale through the mouth, like this. Activate that parasympathetic nervous system. Send signals of relaxation through your body. One more time. That feels better. How do I explain to my dad that he should tell me when he comes to my house to drop stuff off? Or without him taking it personally? I'm Canadian? No, I was I'm not Canadian. I was just joking with that guy who said, "Oh, you're American." And so I started putting on a Canadian accent. I said, "No, I'm actually from Saskatchewan." I got a lot of friends who are from Canada, so I can do a little bit of a Canadian accent if I put it on. I have a lot of Canadian friends, though, actually. I've got, several Canadian friends. And sometimes what I'd notice is when I was in a voice chat full of Canadians and they're all talking in the Canadian accent, I was like, I couldn't help but start doing it too. Just rubs off on you. I'm Canadian. I love Canada. I love Canada. No, I'm just a Midwestern American man. I'm gonna start this question over. Let's take one more nice, refreshing breath real quick. Midwest rise. Yep, it's the Midwest's time to shine. The Midwesterners are turning up. How old am I? I'm probably older than you would think I am. $27? I'll take it. I'll take it. Or 35. Closer. I turned 36 in August of this year.
I'm 36. August girlies rise up. Where my Leo's at? Is my name Joshua? Yes. Yes, it is. Well, I'm a Virgo, but still August. I guess that's fine too. Well, I guess that's fine. As an Aquarius, I don't understand this fire sign stuff. All you need to know is that I'm a Leo, and that means that I'm the best one. That's the best one to be. It's a big lion, and it's cool. And our star sign is the sun. We are the sun. It's like, oh, you got a planet? You got a planet tied to your zodiac sign? Well, mine is the sun. I told you when we were going over personality types. I have that Leo energy. Main character syndrome. Protagonist personality type. ENFJ. But the sun isn't a planet. The moon is a planet, honey.
This kind of looks like
happy, beautiful, rich
it almost kind of
experience.
looks like what the Earth looks like when you're a bazillion miles away from the planet Moon.
Yes, I
The
just
planet
squinted
moon,
at it,
from
and you're
the
right.
moon, looking back at the Earth.
From the planet
Isn't the moon a star?
No, the moon is the planet, darling.
The sun is a star. Is
Well,
the moon really a planet?
The moon is a planet.
Don't look at me
honey.
like that.
It's
The sun is
it's
a star.
planet.
Is the sun not a star?
I don't know what the sun is.
The sun is a
We don't
star,
know what
isn't
the
it?
sun is.
The sun is a star. The moon is not a
The
planet.
moon
I
is
knew
a
it.
planet.
I knew it.
The moon is a planet, honey.
You were trying to take me down that road.
Wait,
the moon is not
excuse
a planet.
Me, Chunky, if you're listening to
This
me,
is
you have
Rosebud.
to Google the moon.
Someone, I
okay?
can guarantee you someone's Googling right now.
The moon
I
is
knew
such
it was
a
not
planet.
a planet.
I can't
the
even
moon
stand
is
it.
not a planet.
What else is it if it's not a planet?
It is not. I believe it's a star or something.
It's
it is not a
moon. It's a moon.
Didn't you do that thing in grade school where you had
The
to
moon is a natural satellite.
name the planets, and there was Uranus, and there was Saturn, and the one with the rings, and and then the Earth, and with the moon is never in there, dude. It's not a planet. All right, here, look. This is key lime.
I don't know.
I
I don't
feel
know
like
what it is
sometimes,
besides. What is
though,
it?
I
A
am
baseball or
educated.
something?
I exposed
what is
during
it,
the
cheese?
show
Come on, it's a
that
planet.
this blonde of mine could be real.
Okay. It's a
the moon is
satellite.
what?
A natural
moon is a
satellite.
natural
but
satellite.
things live on it.
What's
that
that
means it's a
mean?
planet. I don't know.
Is that what Google said?
I don't know what
No,
it
I don't like
says.
that at all. I don't even
Me
know what that
either.
means.
I don't like that at all. The moon is a planet, honey. The moon is a natural satellite? Oh, what? Is that what Google said? Oh, I don't like that at all. Alright, we're starting this question over again because I got sidetracked in a major way. Let me reorient myself real quick. Let me... Alright. I'm stuck. I tend to pause and think about how I want to share what I'm feeling while my partner thinks that's manipulative, sneaky, and passive, while outbursts are just being authentic. First off, there's nothing wrong with being mindful. There's nothing wrong in taking time to think about what you want to say before you say it. That's not being manipulative. That's you being mindful. Just for the record. Nothing wrong with that. When I tell them that they could communicate in more productive ways than getting immediately frustrated or annoyed, as if I wouldn't work with them and listen to their needs, I get told that I shouldn't tone police them and shouldn't manage their emotions. Okay, this is an example of somebody using therapy speak as a way of manipulating you, which is something that happens these days. I saw an article about how Gen Z is using more therapy speak and they're misusing terms and phrases, and they're even using it as a way of like manipulating people. Because if you can come at somebody and you can say, "Oh, you're actually tone policing me right now. You're actually invalidating my feelings right now. I feel like I'm being gaslit. I feel like you're projecting." And so they use these words, not really knowing full well what they mean, and they use them as a manipulation tool. And that it's not their job to gentle parent me. How do I address therapy language being twisted this way to frame basic emotional intimacy and reciprocity as infantilization? By remaining consistent. By letting them know that when we get agitated, when we start raising our voice, the other person is less likely to actually listen. Studies have shown, and research has shown, that when someone is yelling at you, you are actually less likely to listen to what it is they are to say. Because as it turns out, getting yelled at actually starts to fire up your nervous system, and it makes you on edge, and it makes you start wondering about your own survival. Because this person is coming at you in a threatening and aggressive way. So what I would say is this. Whenever they use therapy speak, and I'm so glad you asked this question, by the way, because this is something that I wanted to talk about, so I'm glad you brought it up. Because I actually saw an article earlier about this, how more and more people are misusing therapy speak. What I would say is, first off, remain consistent. You're not doing anything wrong. You're being accused of being manipulative, but all you are being is mindful. And you're not engaging in an emotional display. There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually more adult. That's actually more adult, emotionally mature. That's actually far more productive than just yelling at each other. So, whenever this person says these things, I would ask them and say, "And what do you mean by that?" And what do you mean by that? When you say tone police, what do you mean by that? Have them explain it to you. And what do you mean by that? In what ways was I doing that? Approach it from an angle of, "Oh, I don't want to do that, so explain it to me, actually. Because I think you're just using a word, and you don't really know what it means. So tell me, what is it that you mean when you say that?" Socratic method it. That's kind of what you gotta do. You gotta engage in a constructive dialogue, and you have to explore their motives. You have to explore their intentions. You have to explore their understanding. Because they've got something that they're trying to communicate, and we're trying to figure out what that is. But in reality, I would say that they are projecting a lot of their own fears and insecurities onto you. They're accusing you of being manipulative, snarky, and passive, when maybe take a look at how their behaviors mirror that. Maybe they're self-reporting. Maybe they're projecting. Can you imagine somebody yelling at you and you say, hey, stop yelling at you, and they say, hey, don't tone police me? It's like, excuse me, what? So now I'm made to be the bad guy because I'm telling you, hey, stop yelling? Come on. Come on, give me a break. Alright, so this person knows words, but they don't actually know what they mean. So if you want, I would say sit down with them and ask them, be like, hey, when you said this, what did you mean by that? When you said I was managing your emotions, can you tell me more about that? What exactly was going on there? What do you mean by gentle parent me? How do you go about navigating that when other people tell you that you have to not bring up their bad behavior? My brother literally told me that he has never yelled at me when I said that. When other people say you have to not bring up their bad behavior, I would ask them, why can't we talk about that? Just like, why is that off the table? Is it because it's going to make you feel uncomfortable? Is it because it's going to make you feel insecure? Like, sometimes there are just things you need to talk about. Like, there are things that you need to talk about. Like, if people did stuff to you that was messed up, you should be able to talk about it so that they can assume accountability for their actions. But we shouldn't be put into a position where we're just never able to bring stuff up because it makes me feel bad. You never have an answer when I ask that. What if they don't even think they're being that way? All you can do is encourage people to be more emotionally mature. You can't make them be more emotionally mature. Sometimes all you can do is plant some seeds and hope that they latch on, hope that something sticks, and just give them the time to get there. But when it comes to changing someone's mental approach to these types of things, whether it be conflict or stress, you have to give them time to adapt. I plant seeds, then fuck off. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Message of the day. That's the message of the day right there. It's easier to blame me and move on for them. This is your daily reminder that family is a feeling. And you know what it feels like. Even if you haven't had much of it in your life, you still know what it feels like. Or at least you can imagine what it should feel like. It should feel like being welcomed, being accepted, being loved, being appreciated, being understood. Family is a feeling. Not all of us get it from the people that we're related to. So my recommendation is to find people that give you that feeling. Surround yourself with those people. I used to see them and was told no unless I make up with my brother. And I guess my thing would be, what would you like me to apologize for? What would you like me to apologize for? Because it's like, at a point, you realize that I am a more emotionally mature person than this person is, and for the sake of the other relationships that are hurting because of my relationship with this person, I'm willing to be the bigger person, and I'm willing to put my feelings aside. He just hates me for whatever reason he has made up in his mind. Well, it's easier to direct it at you than it is to direct it at who? Who might he be displacing some of his feelings onto you? What's his relationship like with his mom? A man's relationship with his mom is a great indicator of his relationship with other women in his life. This is the brother that lied about going to therapy and then tried to make you feel bad for wanting to go to therapy, so I'm just like, this man needs to grow the fuck up. I would just ask him things like, do you think that I'm your enemy? Do you think that I'm a bad person? I think approaching it from a place that's less emotional and from a place that's more like curious and, you know, like, tell me more about why you feel the way that you feel. You know, just be more like an investigator. How bad is it to pay for sex? You know, what two consenting adults want to do with their money and their time, that's up to them. I don't care. Now, is there a lot of exploitation and there's a lot of terrible things that happen within that industry? Oh, absolutely. But I'm not gonna shame anybody for doing it. As long as you're being safe and considerate and mindful and respectful, you know. Okay, Sugar, I think this is the thing. Your brother wants to be babied. He wants to be treated like a baby. And so if you want to get back into a relationship and have, you know, time to spend with your nephews, you're going to have to baby this grown-ass man. Send him my way, Sugar. I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him if you want me to. Bring him in. Bring him in. We'll have a chat. I know, and I did it for a while until he started calling me randomly to tell me how much of a loser I am and I need to do what he says for my life. And do you see that he wasn't actually talking about you? He was actually talking about himself. Yes, but I'm not gonna let him talk to me like that. And I'm not saying that you should. But just consider my perspective on things. Like, if in therapy, I couldn't just turn a person away because they decided they were going to be mean to me. I had to not take it personally and try to understand why it is that they felt the need to do that. But yeah, I respect your boundaries and, you know, protect your boundaries, protect your emotional well-being. You're a therapist, Suga is a person. Oh, so I'm not a person now, is it? I'm just some sort of unfeeling robot, is it? I'm not enough? You're wrong, actually. I think you're actually enough. I disagree with you. You are enough. You are enough. You are you, and that's all we can expect you to be. Group hug. Group hug, bring it in. And if I hang up on him, then he texts me how much he hates me, triggering me just like my mom did, and he knows what she did to me. Hey. It's alright. And I'm just saying that, like, if you did want to bridge that gap, that's what I would do. Is, like, I have to turn my emotions off to work on this. Like, I have to flip a switch and not take things personally, and I have to recognize that all of the hateful things that you say about me are actually things that you think about yourself because you actually don't know me at all. How much does your brother actually know about you? Does he actually know who you are as a person? Has he ever sat down and had a conversation with you about your views on life or how you feel about things? or your interests, your dreams. He knows fuck all about you. So why take him so seriously when he has shit to say? Is it because it reminds you of some of your own insecurities? Is it because it brings those things to the surface? Is it because the things that he says mirror things that have been said to you in the past? Don't take criticism from someone that you wouldn't take advice from. It's not a trustworthy source. Triangulation sucks when you're also asked to pick sides in family stuff. Exactly. It sounds like you were the target or the scapegoat of a system of narcissistic abuse, and that perhaps in pursuit of healing, you and your siblings could come together and talk about the nature and the extent of that abuse that you were meant to face. I feel like there is a path forward and there is a path to healing, but it involves you and your siblings getting together and having a real conversation about how narcissistic abuse damaged all of your relationships. No one in their right mind would think that you're a bad person, Suga. You'd have to be some kind of delusional. My family did for most of my life. Yeah, and they were wrong. And they were wrong. So what do we want to do? Do we want to go our separate ways? Do we want to grow and focus on our own path? Or do we want to try our best to mend what we still can? Which path do we want to take? Would it make sense if I told you that oftentimes the person who is most treated as the scapegoat in narcissistic abuse situations is the person who tends to be the most kind and compassionate and empathetic person in the bunch? That they will target that person specifically? It's like they don't know you, they just know the idea of you. So show them who you really are and, you know, be genuine and be authentic and show them who you actually are. You're more than the idea that was planted in their head. It's complicated for me and my brother. He was the golden child in the relationship between our grandma, but at home he was the scapegoat to all my parents' problems. I worked hard as a golden child under my mom's wing, but I know how to feel scapegoated too, since that was my role for my grandma. Right? It's like, a narcissist needs a scapegoat, and when one scapegoat isn't accessible anymore, like they move out, they cut them off, they go no contact or whatever it might be, they find a new one. They find a new one because they need one. They need that emotional punching bag. I'll try again someday, but I'm still pretty raw from being told I'm crazy and the problem from my sister who is always on my side. Well, she was wrong. She was wrong, so where do we go from here? Alright, let's get into our talking points. Let's go ahead and redirect a little bit. We're going to talk about the psychology at play for lonely, angry men. And that is the black pill psychology. Also known as going Joker mode. These are the type of people who follow, content creators such as he who must not be named, he who was recently banned. Just a little look into the mindset of some of the most difficult to deal with people on the internet. The black-pilled men. Some of the loneliest and angriest men you'll meet. Some of you may never heard the term black pill before, so we're gonna tell you about it. But if you've been online a lot, if you've been online too much, you've probably heard this term before. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at the black pill movement and its implications. We're gonna understand the origins and context of the term black pill. And we're going to examine the core beliefs, the psychological impacts, and how to help those affected. So, what is the black pill? The term is derived from The Matrix. It's a reference to the red pill, blue pill analogy, which is a symbol. It's a symbolization of waking up to a harsh reality. But instead of taking either the blue pill or the red pill, people take the black pill, which is when they go doomer Joker mode. And ultimately what this is this is a nihilistic and fatalistic perspective on social and romantic dynamics. When you saw that guy in here earlier and he was just like, I don't care. It's like, you see that a lot in the black-pilled people, is they just are apathetic about stuff. Like, oh, people are dying somewhere else? I don't care. Why should I care about that? Or, I don't know anything about that. Why should I have any thought or opinion on that at all? It's very nihilistic, very fatalistic. At its core, black-pilled people tend to believe that romantic and social success is primarily determined by genetic factors, especially physical attractiveness, thus deeming self-improvement efforts as futile. Why grow? Why change? Why improve? The cards are stacked against me. Some things that black-pilled people will believe. Genetic determinism. The belief that physical appearance and genetics overwhelmingly dictate one's success in dating and social hierarchies. There's also a lot of cynicism tied into the act of dating. Modern dating dynamics are hopelessly biased against men who are not conventionally attractive. They also have a skepticism towards self-improvement. Why should I take the effort to improve my social or romantic prospects? If I don't have the genetic advantages, if I don't have the jawline, if I don't have the height, if I don't have the musculature, why bother? You can see how this is not only oddly focused on genetics, but it's also misogynistic. There's also a belief that the social structures that we lived in are rigged against them. Societal norms and structures are inherently biased and unfair, which then further entrenches certain individuals' disadvantages. How do these sorts of ideas spread? How do these sorts of ideas spread? A lot of it is spread online. You'll predominantly find this type of stuff on 4chan and specific subreddits that tend to be centered around this ideology. Just a very nihilistic, fatalistic, why should I bother, why should I care, just very apathetic. And then what ends up happening is you find yourself in a very hateful, negative space that actually further inhibits your growth, and you find yourself even worse off. You see a lot of it on social media as well. You see it a lot on Twitter, YouTube, etc. And then what ends up happening is people form these echo chambers. These communities, whether they be on Twitch, whether they be on Discord, wherever you might find them, they tend to reinforce those negative beliefs and fatalistic perspectives through repeated discourse. A lot of what is in this black pill presentation, it talks about their prospects as far as like being let me rewind for a second. The reason why we talk about things like dating prospects or romance or things like that is because it is that frustration that really drives people into such a hateful place. You know, like lonely, angry people, they find a home in communities with other lonely, angry people, and then they all have the same thing that they can complain about, and they can all blame somebody else for their problems. And this is why the Asmongold subreddit, for example, is such a cesspool. This is why in the Asmongold Twitch chat, anytime a person of color shows up, or anytime, you know, they will say things like DEI. So these people tend to get sucked into these little echo chambers because they enable this type of behavior. It gives them a sense of belonging. It gives them a group they can feel like they're a part of. Another way that these ideas spread is through the use of their jargon. They have certain terms that align with this type of belief set, and the use of memes. So if you've ever heard terms such as looks maxing, referring to people as Chads or as Stacys, it's just a way to generalize and dehumanize people. It's just a way to reduce a person to just an idea. And this is how they communicate and perpetuate these ideas. How does it impact a person's psychology? How does it affect the mind? In regards to their mental health, when a person adopts these types of fatalistic and nihilistic beliefs, you can surely bet that you're going to see a lot of depression, a lot of hopelessness, and a lot of worthlessness. You're going to fall into a pattern of apathy. Negative self-concept. When you engage in these types of communities and you reinforce these types of beliefs, what you are doing is you are reinforcing a negative concept of yourself. This leads the individuals to see themselves as inherently inferior or doomed. Like, think back to when we looked at that picture. Remember when we looked at that picture? Do I still have it? Let me see if I still have that picture. I had that picture of Asmongold's room. Do I still have it? I do. Here it is. When you think of negative self-concept, what I mean is, does a person who has such a negative self-concept believe that they deserve to have a clean room? Do they believe that they deserve to live in a healthy space? One that is free of refuse, one that is free of rodents and roaches. Do they believe that they deserve that? Or do they have such a low self-concept that they feel like they aren't deserving of those things, and thus it feeds further into their beliefs? So that's what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned that. So I hope I've cleared that up, because some people seemed kind of confused when I started talking about that. They're like, "Who cares? He's racist." And I'm just like, is he racist because he actually like I get it. The things he's saying are very racist. But is he racist if he was mentally healthy? Would he recognize the faults and the flaws within his belief system? If he were mentally healthier, would he be able to actually make amends and apologize for those racist beliefs? Or if he had a clean house and a clean mind and a good support system, would he still be racist? I don't know. I feel like some people literally adopt racism as a way to cope with their negative self-concept. They're able to feel like they're superior to someone else, and they desperately need that. And I'm not saying it's okay. It's actually very hurtful, very destructive, and very dangerous. But we're just explaining why it happens. They have such a low image of themselves. In order to survive, they need to feel superior to someone else. Another aspect of the effects of this mindset is social withdrawal. Social isolation and withdrawal from attempts to form relationships and engage in social activities. You find yourself lonely, nobody to talk to, no friends to support you. It's sad and it's lonely. And you end up just going deeper and deeper into this destructive, fatalistic, nihilistic worldview. Another psychological impact is the reinforcement of despair. When they are a part of a community that reinforces this destructive cycle of despair and inaction, it makes it more difficult for them to break free from this negative mindset. I feel bad for people who get sucked into this because they're struggling immensely. They are not doing well. And I would like to be able to help them if possible. But some of them make it so fucking hard. They make it so fucking challenging. I've tried. You've all seen it here firsthand. We get some that pop in every once in a while, and I always try my best to be helpful to them. But then they just go and say something really fucked up, and I'm just like, ugh, now I gotta ban you. You just couldn't help but do a racism. We have some that have stuck around and are learning, I think. I like to hope. I hope they turn up and they watch the VODs or something. I think if any of them do show up, they know better than to make themselves known in chat because they know that I'm going to not tolerate it. So, why do people adopt these beliefs? Trauma. When you have adverse experiences, when you have troubled relationships in your development, it can contribute to the development of a nihilistic worldview. It can make you lose hope. It can make you think, what's the point? Why bother? Let's just burn it all down. They may spy to get you brigaded, but we'll stop that. Let them in. I can handle them. I don't fucking care. I'm not intimidated by a bunch of... Let them try. Let them try. What's the difference between nihilism and anarchism? Anarchism is let's burn it all down so that we can build something new. Nihilism is let's burn it all down because humanity was a mistake and we should not be here anymore. We should just destroy it. That's the difference. It's giving come at me, bro. I'm always willing to take on a new challenger. If anybody wants to come and try to challenge me, I'm always eager to test my might. See, I'm used to the Irish should be free. I think so too. And also I think it's fucked up that the UK doesn't air the episode of Star Trek that references the Irish reunification. I think that's fucked up. I believe in Irish independence. I also believe in Irish reunification. I feel like imperialism is a bygone mistake. Just look at how, like, King Charles even said, you know what, if Australia wants to dispatch themselves from the crown, that's fine. I'm not going to put up a fight. I'm like, okay, UK, do that for the rest of your territories too. Like, go on, get going with it. Come on, let's go. Expensive sunglasses. I don't believe in expensive sunglasses, if I'm being honest. I don't believe in expensive sunglasses because, first off, they work just as well as cheap sunglasses. Also, whenever you buy a pair of expensive sunglasses, those are always the ones that break or get lost. But whenever you get a cheap pair of sunglasses, you just can't get rid of them. They somehow end up sticking with you for years despite all your best efforts to destroy or dispatch of them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you go out and you treat yourself to a nice pair of sunglasses. Those are the ones that are gonna fly off your head when you're on a boat, or you're gonna leave them somewhere and you're but you get that pair of cheap sunglasses, it's like, oh man, you can't get rid of them if you tried. So I had one pair of, they weren't even that expensive. It was just a pair of Ray-Bans. It's like, thankfully I was able to wear those up until they broke. But I was like, after that, never again. Alright, so why do people adopt a black pill belief system? Past rejections and failures also lend into this. They may have personal experiences of rejection and failure in their social and romantic pursuits. Low self-esteem. They may have had pre-existing issues with their self-esteem and their self-worth before they adopted these black pill beliefs. The black pill belief does nothing to actually improve your self-esteem. It just makes you believe, why should I care about my self-esteem? Why should I shower? Why should I clean my room? None of it fucking matters, so why should I bother? Community influence. Some people find a home in these types of communities. They get support and validation through the like-mindedness of these online communities, and it ends up reinforcing their beliefs. So if you've been rejected, you have a hard time making friends, or you have a hard time finding dates, or whatever it is that you're struggling with, and you find a place online that's like, you know what? Actually, it's not your fault. It's actually someone else's fault. And then you're like, very interesting. Tell me more about how it isn't my fault. Very interesting. Tell me more. So, you know, if your room looks like this, if your room looks like this, and then you go online and somebody is a popular content creator and their room looks like this, you feel a bit better that your room looks like this. You're like, well, I can't be all bad. I can't be that mistaken. Somebody else is doing it too. What percentage of these communities are female? I would say so few that it probably could be considered a rounding error. You don't really see very many women falling into this mindset. At least in my experience, this tends to be a largely male-driven thing. But don't get me wrong, it does happen. For some reason, there are pick-me's within this community. This picture makes me itchy. It makes my skin crawl. Just the audacity. The audacity to sit in this room and then claim that your culture is superior to another culture is so brain dead. Feel like you can smell it? I've been in hoarder houses. I've been, and like part of what I did in my mental health career was I would sometimes have to work with people who were literally at risk of having their kids removed from the home because the home was so dirty. So I've smelled some stuff. And I can tell you that this smells like mold. It smells like decay. Have you ever had like a mouse die in your garage? Or have you ever smelled that like scent of decay where it's that like sickly sweet kind of like it's so gross. Have you ever smelt that smell of like something rotting? You know what I mean? Like you find a potato at the bottom of your cupboard and it's like starting to putrefy. Have you ever, you know what I mean? Those potatoes can get gross. I know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have you ever found a bad potato? Like, it doesn't even have to be that old. Like, I'm not even saying that you're nasty or something by having a potato go bad. Like, sometimes you'll get a bag of potatoes and there's like one in the bottom that just wasn't all that good from the get-go. And then within like a couple weeks, it's just like, ugh, what's wet? Ugh, what's this ooze? And then you smell it and it's the worst smell you've ever smelled in your life. I would say that the smell of a rotting potato is in the top, like, it's in the top 5 of like worst smells that I've ever smelled. It's so gross. It's so gross. It smells like a baby diaper that's been left out in a hot car all day. It's so bad. It's just rank. Anyway, cognitive distortions also lead into this belief system. If you have a pattern of negative thinking, if you're dealing with cognitive distortions, and a lot of this can tie into some of the other things mentioned on this slide. You know, trauma, past rejections, low self-esteem. It creates cognitive distortions, errors in your thinking. And it reinforces this fatalistic worldview. So, let's talk more specifically about these cognitive distortions. What are some of the errors in the thinking? And I really go in on this one. I really go in. There are we're gonna break it down for you. And I might need to speed it up a little bit because we've actually got a lot of ground to cover here. First off, catastrophizing. They expect the worst in any situation. Catastrophizing. I can't go out with a woman because if I went out with a woman, she's gonna laugh at me, make fun of me, she's gonna make me pay for the bill, she's just gonna use me and exploit me, and then she's gonna talk to all of her friends about me, and then it's always the worst case scenario. So you believe that a single rejection means you'll never be able to find a partner. Thus, you are forever alone. Overgeneralization. We're making broad generalizations based on limited evidence. This could also tie into views of bigotry and racism. We're making these assumptions based on limited evidence or based on misconceptions or misinformation, and then we're just making these sweeping judgments about an entire group of people. Like, oh, there's religious extremists? All of them must be bad then, because some of them do some bad things. I'm like, but Western culture is so good? Like, brother, we have genocided people too. Like, what are you talking about? What are we celebrating? Black and white thinking. This is when you view situations as extremes without recognizing any middle ground. Thus, you are either a Chad or an incel. And there's no room for change, no room for improvement. A lot of what ties into this fatalistic, nihilistic worldview is they espouse self-improvement. They view it as worthless or meaningless. Why should I shower? Why should I clean my room? It's not like anybody cares. It's not like why should I care? It's like, maybe you should care though. Like what but I'm good at catastrophizing. Catch yourself when you do it. Catch yourself when you do it. Okay, so here's the thing. If you're good at catastrophizing, I would recommend that you practice this technique. Okay, what is the worst case scenario? All right, what would I do if that happened? If the worst case scenario happened, what would I do? How would I navigate that situation? All right, you got it, you figured it out, you squared it away. All right, now what if the best case scenario happened? What would I do if that happened? Like, if you're gonna plan for the worst case scenario, you should also plan for the best case scenario, because pretty much every time it will fall somewhere in between. Anxiety loves to plan for the worst case scenario. It's a way that we try to protect ourselves so that we can survive. Goddamn, Papa, I just found a rotten putrid potato in my pantry. Hey, we've all been there. I just threw one away the other day. It was like, I only bought those potatoes a week ago. I'm like, ugh, this one went foul. I'm just trying to not get hurt and experience pain. And, yeah, and I think we don't want our pain to be meaningless. Like, we don't completely want to avoid pain, because sometimes pain is a part of growing. Pain is a part of healing. You know, when you work out, it doesn't feel like, oh my God, this feels so good. It's like, oh, this kind of actually sucks. But you know it's for a point and it's for a purpose. You know, we don't like to feel like we are suffering or like we are hurting and for it to be meaningless. Also, it helped for me to think about what I can control and change and what is out of my control. Only Positive Vibe has entered their stoicism era. Epictetus would have loved you, Only Positive Vibe. Epictetus, one of my favorite philosophers, one of the Stoics. They would have been like, they would have loved your vibes. Also, his name was Epictetus. And the part of me that's an immature child thinks that's funny. I'm not done. More cognitive distortions of the black pill mindset. I hope somebody who identifies as a black-pilled person sees this presentation, because I'm breaking down all of their misconceptions. I'm doing every single cognitive distortion that they have. We're doing them all. I'm leaving no stone unturned. Alright, we also see a cognitive distortion known as selective abstraction. They focus on one negative detail while ignoring all of the positive aspects of a situation. They become so focused on the perceived flaws, then they disregard other qualities or successes that they might have. Like, okay, maybe you may not be tall, maybe you may not have a square jaw, or whatever you think it is makes you successful. You still might have something that you can work with, you know? Be funny, you know, be kind, be helpful. Now, there was a saying my grandpappy used to tell me. He used to say, now listen here, boy. If you can't be handsome, then you may as well be handy. Next up, personalization. They take things personally and they blame themselves for events that are outside of their control. For example, believing that a lack of romantic success is entirely their fault due to their looks, while ignoring other factors such as social skills or circumstances. It just must be me. I'm doing everything right. I'm not doing anything wrong. It just must be me as a person. It's not the fact that I don't have any swag or riz. It's not my fault that I don't have any game. Mind reading, another cognitive distortion. This is when we assume that they know what others are thinking, especially negative thoughts. Where are my mind readers at? I know you're here. I know you're here. The people who are out there assuming that people must be thinking the worst about them, even though they aren't giving them any evidence that they actually are thinking terrible things about you, and you're actually just projecting your own insecurities onto them. I've had so much bad luck with relationships, it happens to everyone. You're just in the process of finding the right one. You'll find someone who deserves you, sugar. You'll find someone who deserves you. You may have to weed out some stinkers first. I'm being bullied. I'm not trying to I'm not bullying you, okay? I'm bullying your cognitive distortions. I'm bullying your outdated ways of thinking that we're working on changing, okay? I'm not bullying you. I'm bullying the distortion. I'm in a Tira fan mood today. Well, we'll see where that gets you. Sugar, one of these days you will find somebody who is an absolute simp who worships the ground you walk on. Just keep looking. Just keep looking. They're out there. One of the things that we want to make sure that we don't do is assume what other people must be thinking about us. This just further fuels our insecurities. Some of us may go out in public and we may assume that other people are being judgmental of us, or they're criticizing us, and they're thinking all of these terrible things about us, but we don't know that. And in a way, what we're doing is we're actually just projecting our own insecurities onto them. These things that we actually believe about ourselves, we're saying that other people must believe them too. We've got more. Labeling and mislabeling. This is when you assign a negative label to yourself or to others based on a single incident. I have failed once, therefore I am a failure. This is why some people have such a hard time assuming accountability or offering a genuine apology. Because to do that would be to admit that they are faulty. This could also be labeling women as being, the term I used is hypergamous, which is a more polite way to say sexually promiscuous. But this is what they do. They label themselves as, losers, misfits, failures, and they view women as, and I don't even want to say some of the terrible things that they say about women, because I respect women, all right? I respect women. I don't even want to say those nasty words. Next up, emotional reasoning. Emotional reasoning. This is when we assume that something that we feel must be true because it generates a strong emotion within us. The feeling that I am feeling is very powerful, therefore it must be true. And this is a faulty way to think. Just because we have a strong feeling doesn't mean that it is a fact. And so what they end up doing is they end up believing that their negative emotions are the truth. And this is one that everybody does, because this is just part of the way that a brain works. Part of the way that the brain works is if something generates a really strong emotion within us, we are more likely to assume that that is factual or true. You feel me? So what I would like for people to understand is that just because something creates a large amount of emotion within you, maybe a belief that you hold on to, maybe an insecurity or a perceived flaw within yourself, it makes you feel very uncomfortable, it makes you feel very anxious or stressed, it might not be true. You just might hold on to it as true because it's powerful. And we do this despite evidence to the contrary. Alright, we got more. We got more. There's a lot going on here. Next up, we're going to talk about disqualifying the positive. We reject positive experiences by insisting that they don't count. If somebody gives us a compliment, they were just being nice. Or they just wanted something from me. They were trying to manipulate me. They were trying to be nice to me so that they could get close to me. They have a hard time accepting and acknowledging genuine appreciation. See, on this one, I feel attacked. I feel like I feel attacked now. Great. Now I know how it feels. I feel like we've all been able to learn something here. I feel like hopefully we've all been able to grow a little closer as a result of this experience. Fortune telling? This is when we predict a negative outcome without considering other possibilities. It's just gonna be a failure. Why even try? Part of the reason why fortune telling happens is when we have anxiety about a future outcome, we worry about what's going to happen. One of the things our brains do is if that thing does happen, which it doesn't always happen, but whenever it does happen, we have a way of being like, see, I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. When in reality, you didn't know that it was going to happen. You just felt like it was going to happen. But whenever you feel like something is going to happen and then it does happen, you're like, oh my god, I knew that was going to happen. It's like, no, you just guessed correctly. That's what happened. I've literally done every single one of these things except one. Welcome to being a human and having a human brain. Humans have all sorts of cognitive distortions. We all have errors in our thinking. And all we can do is become aware of these things so that we can start to change them. So it's not a bad thing to do these things. Being aware of them is how you change them. But we're through those. We're through those. So let's talk about the harmful consequences. The thing about the black pill belief system is that it's actually existed for a long time. The terms black pill are relatively new, obviously, but this type of belief system, this fatalistic, nihilistic worldview, has actually existed for a long time. And historically, extremist groups have actually targeted these types of individuals for recruitment. These lonely, angry, disconnected men, they find a sense of belonging and they are taken advantage of by extremist groups. Let's talk about some modern examples of real-world attacks that were committed by people who either outright admitted or acknowledged or participated in black pill social groups on the internet. The 2014 Isla Vista killings, and I'm not going to mention anybody's names. I'm not going to mention anybody's names because I don't want history to remember the names of these losers, okay? But I'm just gonna mention some events that have happened by people who identified as being black-pilled, people who adopted these fatalistic, nihilistic worldviews. The 2014 Isla Vista killings, the 2015 Umpqua College community college shootings, the 2017 Aztec High School shooting, the 2018 Toronto van attack, the 2018 Tallahassee yoga studio shooting, the 2018 Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in Parkland, Florida. Oop, I put his name in chat already, and that's fine. I don't mind that. That's okay. I didn't want to have a slide that just had a bunch of people's names on it because part of what happens in the news is if they show who the killer was, if they name the killer, that's more likely to encourage copycats. Because the notoriety, so they're like, oh, finally, people know my name. But you probably have heard of some of these, and you probably know the names of some of these killers, but we're not here to recognize them today. We're just here to document that this is something that happens, and this is something that has happened many times. But no, the person that 15 mentioned was Elliot Rogers, and that was the 2014 event. But that's all I'll say about him. Criticisms of the movement. Well, first off, it promotes misogyny like crazy. It promotes such a deep and profound level of misogyny, you should be outright disgusted with it. It contributes to gender hostility, it contributes to rape culture. It also encourages more fatalistic views. So what you're doing is you are taking isolated, lonely, desperate, angry men and you are driving them further into this belief set, which just ends up causing more harm to themselves, it causes more mental health issues for themselves, and it causes harm to the communities that these people are a part of. Have you noticed that misandry is an actual problem as well, or mainly double standards as well? The thing about misandry is that men don't die because of misandry, whereas women die because of misogyny. And so to compare the two, it doesn't really come from a fair or, it's not a fair comparison whatsoever. That's like saying that me as a white person, like people would be like, oh, hey, whitey, like you don't like seasoning on your food? I bet you'd have no rhythm. I bet you don't know how to dance. Versus me like going out of my way to be like actively racist against a marginalized group. It's not the same. Also, to be fair, I am probably a misandrist myself. I'll own it. I'll own up to it. I don't like a lot of men because I feel like a lot of men are pathetic. But that's my problem, and I'm working on it. All right, I'm working on it. I don't want to be a hater. Well, no, the thing about, even since you brought it up, the thing about misandry is it's like men have more of a problem with other men than they do with women. Most male victims of rape are raped by men. So I feel like, misandry is just a way of men being like, well, I'm not treated fair either. And it's like, all right, let's fix it. Let's make things more fair and equitable. But we can't just use it as a way of disenfranchising people who talk about misogyny. Like bringing up misandry when people want to talk about misogyny is like saying all lives matter when people want to talk about Black Lives Matter. Another thing to take into consideration is that some black-pilled individuals will argue scientific validity, or they will use statistics as a way of validating their worldview. But the thing is it's really not. It's really not. Or they're oversimplifying things. I mean, that does seem like true, but apply your own logic to that. There's women who think the same way, and then in society, double standards are real. Like, if you do something to a woman in public, chances are you're going to be jumped by others. While if you do it to a man, it's simply not the same case. Gender wars are something very touchy. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from, but to compare... Like, the thing is you can talk about the issues that men face within society and the issues that women face within society as two separate and distinct issues. And I feel like what a lot of people do is when people start talking about misogyny as it exists within the world, one of their things is like, well, what about men? What about how men are treated? It's like, we can talk about that too, but we don't have to speak over women while we're doing it. Like, don't get me wrong, like, there are issues involving men and the way that men are treated. I'm not denying that whatsoever. But we don't need to invalidate anybody else's feelings or anybody else's positions or speak over people by saying, well, but what about men? And that's what a lot of men will do. Like, I want men to do better. I have a high standard for how men should act and how men should behave. Like, I want to help men, and I try my best to be helpful. But I also want to support women as well. I want to see everybody treated more fairly and equitably. And I understand that the issues that both of us face don't need to be compared. It's not a contest. It's like, we can talk about what's going on with women, we can talk about what's going on with men. We're going to have two distinct, rational, adult conversations, but it doesn't have to be a comparison. And that's what a lot of people do, and that's just what's really bothersome to me, is they're like, well, but what about men? And it's like, do you really care about how men are being treated, or are you just upset and you're trying to, take away from what is actually happening to women? There's a huge negative influence that goes on within this black pill movement. It's really harming vulnerable individuals. And it's also making mental health issues and social dysfunction much worse. So that's why we're talking about it today. So just be mindful of content creators that promote this type of worldview. So how can we help those who have been affected? Well, by encouraging critical thinking and media literacy. Encourage them to critically evaluate the sources and validity of the information they encounter online. One of the things that I always love to see is whenever you see a screenshot of a post from like 4chan, because I don't actually go on 4chan these days. It's been a long time since I've been on 4chan. But sometimes I'll see these screenshots of these posts and it's like, hey, I went outside, I talked to a woman, I got a date. Was I being lied to? Like, they realize that the world actually doesn't work the way that a bunch of, lonely, angry 4chaners thinks that it does. And so I love to see that. I love to see when they're like, wait a second, what was wrong about all this? We also want to make sure that we're practicing positive mental health practices, whether it be therapy, mindfulness, community support. We need to counteract those negative thinking patterns and improve mental well-being. Which is why you should clean your room. Which is why you should clean your room for your mental health. Clean your room for your mental health. It'll do the mind wonders. You don't deserve to live in squalor. You don't deserve to live in filth. You don't have to punish yourself. You don't have to punish yourself. It's okay to show yourself some self-care. It's okay to show yourself compassion. I wonder if this is a reflection of the society or the culture that you are in. But the thing is that we should strive for equity amongst everyone, regardless of their sexual orientation, regardless of their gender, regardless of the color of their skin. And I feel like if our culture is promoting an unfair treatment of any type of person based on conditions that are outside of their control, we should call that culture into question. What are these dogs talking about? These dogs are just out here barking. These dogs are just out there yapping. They're out there singing the songs of their people. I'm about to have to go tell these dogs to be quiet because I can't focus. I can't focus, they're barking every second. Okay, give me just a second. Let me put them outside. This is absurd. This is absurd. I can't with these dogs. Okay, I'm back. The dogs were out there. They were barking because the rival gang was walking by. There's another gang of 3 dogs that lives in the neighborhood, and their owner will take them on a walk around the block. And they were barking at the rival gang. I feel like I did something wrong. Huh? Why would you feel that way? I don't think you've done anything wrong. I did it like, what? Huh? You're all good in my book. Chat. I need a vibe reset. I need a vibe reset in the chat. I need hearts spammed. That's what I need. I need a vibe reset. I feel like all of this talk about Nazis and hateful men and all of this, I think it's just got us all on edge. It's got us all a little bit combative. We need to ground ourselves. We need to ground ourselves. And we need to recenter. We need a cat, maybe. Breath time? Good idea. Alright, everybody. Big deep breath in through the nose, and then a second little quick inhale through the nose, and then a slow exhale through the mouth. Hey, it's all right. It's all right. I think, you know, we're all trying to find the same wavelength, and we're all, you know, I don't think anybody in here is a bad person. Another thing that can be helpful to people who fall into the black pill rabbit hole is to provide them with alternative, evidence-based narratives that emphasize the possibility of change and growth. This can help to challenge their fatalistic views. And so this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, just like seeing people's stories and hearing examples of like, you know what? Actually, when I started to take care of myself, when I started, you know, cleaning up after myself, and I started, you know, working out, and I started to gain my confidence, I actually, you know, things changed for me. As it turns out, I was wrong about these beliefs. And so I feel like that is part of what can help people to find their way back on the path. Because as much as we like to dunk on these types of people, as much as we like to, you know, dunk on these types of people, it's like, I just want to see him do better. I just want to see him do better. That's all. I just want to see, I want to see growth, I want to see change, I want to see accountability. That's what I want to see. Also, clean your fucking room. Having a support network is also really important. You need to find a new sense of community and a new support network. You can't just hang out with all of your other black-pilled comrades. You need to be a part of a community that promotes hope, encouragement, supportiveness, practical advice for self-improvement and social engagement. Does that remind you of anywhere? Does that remind you of anywhere? Can anybody think of a place that's supportive, offers hope and encouragement, and practical advice for self-improvement and social engagement? Huh. Can anybody think of a place like that? Huh. Here, you know what? I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something. I think that's us. And you know what? That's because of our own hard work. That's because of our own commitment. That's because of our determination to grow, to do better. And that's pretty badass. So once again, give it up for yourselves. Give yourselves a hand. Gold stars for everyone. The thing about it is committing to self-improvement requires discomfort. And it's not for everybody. A lot of people shy away from it. A lot of people are scared of it. A lot of people are terrified of accountability. And so if you're here, if you're trying to do better, if you're trying to learn and grow, that's strength. That's bravery. Love to see it. Yeah, the thing is we were firing on all cylinders today. We were all ramped up and we were all on edge because we're dealing with like Nazi behavior. And so naturally, we were a little bit on edge. We were a little bit combative today, and I say, you know what? That's good. When the Nazis show up, we want to be in combat mode. But I feel like a lot of people who come here, you know, even if they didn't come here for the right reasons, it's like we still might be able to be helpful to these people. So I would just say, always lead with empathy, but if empathy doesn't work, that's what the bonking stick is for. In summary, the Black Pill movement, it offers a nihilistic view on society, on romance, and it emphasizes things such as genetic determinism, which is just gross. Genetic determinism is gross. And it also emphasizes the futility of self-improvement. It's like, why bother? Like, why shower? Why clean my room? Who cares? Did that go through as 10 bits or just one? Cutie Cheeks, thank you for the 10 bits. I love this stream. It's helped me a lot being a thoughtful person. So whenever I can watch, I'm here trying to do that and interact. Well, thank you. We're glad you're here. See a lot of these people in forums and social media, and they end up reinforcing these negative beliefs through their echo chambers. And you hate to see it. You hate to see it, honestly. It's like, you want to be helpful, but it's just, they get so caught up into it, they get so sucked in. It's hard. It's hard. I'm not going to say that, like, helping these people come back to reality is impossible, but it is a challenge. It is a challenge. We have tried it here, and we've met our own frustrations. I think awareness is really important, because we want to recognize and address the harmful influence that this mindset has on people. And so when you have content creators that have reach, that have an audience, I feel like you should hold them to a high standard. Anybody who has thousands of viewers should be held to a high standard. What ideas are you promoting? What beliefs are you promoting? It's sad because you can feel how sad they are, right? And it's just like, come on, like, just... Those affected by this should seek professional help. Professional help and support is essential in counteracting these negative thinking patterns. Like, isn't it convenient that these types of people will also tell you that therapy is worthless and therapy doesn't work? Like, isn't that convenient? Like, self-improvement is meaningless, therapy doesn't work, why bother? It's just like, well, isn't that convenient, huh? Doesn't that make your little nihilistic worldview very self-reinforcing? Very interesting. My ex was black-pilled and I was a fixer-upper kind of girl. He was not savable by me, but I feel like he's smart enough maybe one day to figure out something better. Link him link him this VOD. Link him this VOD. I'll talk to him. I feel like that's one of my toxic traits. Whenever people are like, hey, I know this person, I'm just like, bring him in. Bring him in. Let me take a crack at him. But no, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. But no, you know, good on you for trying to see the best in people. Good on you for trying to help somebody. But sometimes people you can't help people. People have to want to help themselves. People have to want to help themselves. And you can't make anybody do that. This is one of the hardest lessons that you learn working in mental health, is that you can't help everyone because some people aren't ready to help themselves. And sometimes it's a very slow and gradual process to get them to the point where they actually are willing to start doing things to help themselves. I had a meeting, so I missed the end of the presentation. Well, if it's any consolation, I got up and I had to go let the dogs out because they were barking for a long time, so I don't think you missed all that much. Continue to promote positive change. Continue to promote critical thinking. and continue to promote supportive communities that emphasize personal growth and social engagement. If you are in a group of people that discourage you from self-improvement, run away from that group. Get out of there. Alexithymia. You're giving me PTSD. I see the word alexithymia and I'm reminded of the question box where it was the 23-year-old dating a 19-year-old and he said he was going to kill himself if they broke up with him, and then he was using alexithymia as an excuse for his own Yeah, alexithymia isn't a diagnosis, it is a symptom. It means that you are disconnected and, you have a hard time interpreting your own emotions. But it sounds like, don't use it as an excuse for being a stinker. Like, here's the thing. Emotional awareness is something that you can grow. It's something that you can practice. It's something that you can become better at. It's like saying, no, I can't lift this weight. I'm not strong enough. I don't have enough muscles to build that weight. Like, okay, then lift smaller weights and get stronger. Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? We're gonna do more questions? Yes, we're gonna do more questions. We're gonna wrap up the question box and then I'm gonna go make dinner. That's what we're gonna do. How do I deal with overthinking, whether it's in relationships, jobs, or anything of the sort? Good question. All right, let's talk about overthinking. Overthinking is one of those situations in which distraction as a coping strategy is highly effective. Distraction isn't something that you want to use all the time, but there are circumstances and situations where distraction is a very helpful and very useful coping skill. So when you find yourself overthinking about something, recognize it. You don't need to be harsh with yourself. You don't need to say, ugh, why am I overthinking again? Why do I always overthink? Why am I... It's okay. You're working on your overthinking. So when you catch yourself overthinking, instead of beating yourself up for it, say, oh, overthinking. This is that thing I'm trying to work on. This is an opportunity. So view it as an opportunity to practice dealing with your overthinking. Try to redirect it somewhere else. What is something you would rather think about instead? Find something that can help to distract you. Also, breathing or other activities that can help to activate your parasympathetic nervous system. Overthinking is a symptom of anxiety. And if we can calm our body down, if we can regulate our nervous system, then we won't find ourselves overthinking anymore. Another thing that I've found helpful in overthinking, instead of trying to slow your thoughts down, you can also try speeding your thoughts up. Tire your brain out. I found this one to also be helpful. So let's say the other ones aren't working as well. Like you want to have many different tools to deal with this type of thing. And some situations might call for different solutions. Maybe you find yourself overthinking when you're laying in bed and it's not like, okay, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to get up and start doing push-ups? Am I going to go run? Like, no, like I'm laying in bed, I'm trying to go to sleep. So what I've found to be helpful is whenever you find your thoughts racing, think faster. Just think about how fast your thoughts are going. Try to speed them up. Try to speed your thoughts up so much that they're just going by in a blur. And so that all that you hear is just a hum. They're just going by so fast, they're just whizzing by. Think faster. Think as fast as you can. And then double it. And then double it again. Until your thoughts are merely a blur. What I've found, and this was a technique that I found to be helpful myself whenever I was dealing with insomnia as a kid. I found that I can't slow my thoughts down. I'm trying to go to sleep and I can't slow my mind down. So let's speed it up. Let's go even faster. Let's go as fast as we can. And then let's go even faster. And then let's double it. And then double it again. And then double it again. Just faster, faster, faster. Until you tire it out. What I've found is that this kind of reboots your brain. It's kind of like hitting the reboot button. Wear it out. I found that to be helpful. So I would recommend to try any one of those things. Finding a distraction, playing with your cat, playing with your dog, talking to a friend, engaging another like some sort of hobby or something else that's a good use of your time, trying to redirect yourself, try to regulate your nervous system, nice deep breaths, try to make yourself more relaxed. And if those aren't working, just sit there and just try to speed it up. Just hit the fast forward button. I've talked about that technique, and that's not really a technique that you often hear talk about. That was one of my inventions. Speeding your thoughts up. I've talked about that before, and I've had some people here try it, and they said that they did find it helpful. So Cutie Cheeks vouches for me in that one. It might sound silly, but it actually does work. It's like you can speed up your thinking. You can make your thoughts go even faster. And you can make them go so fast that you can't even pay attention to what it is you're thinking of. You're just thinking about how fast your thoughts are going. Until a few moments pass, and then you're like, now what was I thinking about? It just feels like your brain resets. It's kind of cool. It's the stimulation paradox. Becoming overly stimulated can make you relaxed. It's like an engine revving up, and it revs up so much that it ends up looping back around, and now it's at low RPMs. It's like why giving a kid a stimulant allows them to sit down and focus. All right. I think this will be the last question for today because it's dinner time and I gotta go get cooking. My girlfriend and I are having some disconnect in terms of trying to figure out how to find the balance with spending our time together. She works a lot in events and is definitely overwhelmed with work. She's bipolar and I am trying to give her space because she has told me she feels really drained and doesn't have the energy to do normal date stuff with me. I've tried to have a conversation with her about taking space the next couple of weeks, but she told me she doesn't have the bandwidth to talk about real life stuff right now. I'm trying to work on my BPD therapy and somatic exercises and was thinking the space would help me focus on my own self-healing journey. How do I bring up wanting to take space for myself while also respecting her own boundary about not having the ability to have a real life or otherwise emotionally labor-intensive conversation? Ooh. Well? This sounds like something that might need to be scheduled. It might need to be scheduled in advance. Because these are things that you both want to talk about. This is a conversation that you both want to have. So when can we have it? Let's, we're adults. Let's treat it like adults. Let's schedule it. Will you have some time this weekend? What about, Friday night, Thursday night? Because that way we want to make sure that we're not being avoidant or dismissive. We want to show that this is something that we actually want to sit down and talk about, but I think it's okay to have a time where it's we can sit down and talk about it at this time. Also, side note, when it comes to taking space for yourself, focus on making that space in here and in here. We may find ourselves crowded or overwhelmed out here, but we can still find peace in here. It kind of sounds like you're going to get that space that you're looking for. That's what I'm hearing in this, is that you will end up having that space. So I would just say, take the time to focus on yourself. If they want to take time to just focus on work, that's fine. Just let them know, hey, I'm working on myself right now. I've got some stuff I'm taking care of. That's okay. You're valid in doing that. Another thing to consider is that sometimes when you start working on yourself in a relationship and the other person sees that, suddenly they do have time to talk about it. You'd be surprised how often that happens. You'd be surprised that, suddenly they do want to talk about it now that they see you doing it. Sometimes you have to lead by example when it comes to emotional processing and these types of exercises. Sometimes you just have to start doing it and then they will build interest, or they will get curious, or they will ask you about it, or want to talk to you about it. But it sounds like you both want the same thing, and you're both trying to figure out how to make that happen. So all I can say is just continue to be compassionate and kind and patient, not just with each other, but with yourselves. And hopefully you'll be on the same page and you'll be on the same wavelength through that process. I just want to let you know that it's not selfish to take some time to work on yourself. All right? You're not selfish for doing that. So do what you need to do. You know, it can be scary. It can be frightening to get real and get vulnerable and to talk about this kind of stuff. So it's okay. I see where they're coming from about being a little bit reluctant or not feeling like they have the emotional energy to do this. But sometimes what we need to do in our relationships is just start working on ourselves and then see if that builds interest in the other person. You know, you start working on yourself, and then they'll be interested in that, and they'll feel like, okay, well, maybe we can talk about it, you know? I would just say, you know, just keep reminding them of how you look forward to being able to spend time together. Let them know that you look forward to being able to go on dates and do things like that. You know, and it's not you trying to like make them feel bad. You're just talking about the positive aspects of your relationship, and you're just looking, you know, you're looking forward to that. Inspire hope. But I think it's okay to take some time to just focus on yourself, you know, whether it be a few days or a week or however long you need. I think that's okay. I think that's fine. You know, we both operate at our own speeds and at our own comfort levels, and just give them time. Just give them time. I find that sometimes in these things it's best to just lead by example. What a day. What a day, huh? Huh? What a day, huh? Happy Taco Tuesday, everybody. If you observe the holiday. If you observe Taco Tuesday, happy Taco Tuesday to you. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. You actually just caught us at the tail end today. We covered a lot of ground today. How about it? How about it? You know, I just feel like there are people out there who watch live streams and they don't have very good male role models, and so I'm okay with taking them in. I'm okay with taking them in. If you are a, you know, if you watch Twitch streams and you're watching some guy who's, you know, in a insect and roach infested, you know, you're looking for somebody, you know, maybe a little bit more uplifting, maybe somebody a little more motivating, somebody a little more encouraging. Fought a Nazi wasn't on my bingo card, right? But honestly, doesn't it kind of makes you feel powerful in a way? It's not every day you get to tell off a Nazi, right? Doesn't happen every day. All right, everybody. I will be back tomorrow. Have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. Practice some good self-care. That guy was just asking for it. Yeah, I gave him a week. I'm like, all right. So, for those who missed it, there was a guy in here, and he was just kind of like, he was being very suspicious with his beliefs. And I said, you know what? Just as a litmus test, I just want to test the qualities and the character of this person. I said, just say Free Palestine. Just say Free Palestine. You know, if you can say that, you know, then I feel like I can work with you. You know what I mean? But then he was like, why are you trying to force me to say something about something that I don't really know that much about? It's like, all right, I gave him a week off. And I told him where to get started. I said to read what happened in Palestine in 1948, read about the Nakba, read about all of the ethnic cleansing that has gone on in the region since then, and then come back in a week, and then we'll talk again, and then we'll see. So hopefully they take that time off to do some research, to enlighten themselves, and to learn so that they can actually have an opinion on something that is very important. The fact that kids are getting blown up in any part of the world should be concerning to you, no matter who you are or where you're from. The fact that hospitals are getting blown up should concern you, no matter who you are or where you are from. The fact that people are being driven from their homes, starved, beaten, that should concern you. I don't think any of us is going to remember him tomorrow, but we'll see if he's around in a week. The thing is, I remember the haters. I remember the haters. But anyway, have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you all tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow. Don't forget, Free Palestine. It's not hard to say. Not hard to say. Not hard to say. Anyway, take good care of yourselves. Have a great night. And we'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe out there. Stay safe out there. Sorry if I fucked vibe. Hit me for sorry. Go on. Yeah, you're getting a bonk. All right, everybody. Take care. Good night. We'll see you all tomorrow. I love you. Bye. know, B Wayne was supposed to come in today. B Wayne was on duty today, and did he no call, no show? No, wait, no, he is here. Okay. He's just AWOL. He's just taking a long poop. Yeah, we're gonna raid Casey and we're gonna go remind her that it's Taco Tuesday. Another day, another sleigh. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here.